Recently, the United States and Israel launched a massive military strike against Iran, resulting in the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. The capital, Tehran, was engulfed in chaos as theories surrounding the events began to spread across the internet. These theories came from all corners: anonymous accounts, journalists, former members of Congress, and even some unusual sources claiming extraordinary abilities. With such conflicting narratives swirling, it became clear that the event was ripe for conspiracy theories. Today, we'll explore the top 10 conspiracy theories surrounding the attack and its aftermath. We'll break down each one, examine the evidence or lack thereof, discuss the connections, and highlight the claims that people are making. Ultimately, we'll let you decide what to believe, and I'll offer my own perspective as well. The Iran military operation is monumental. It's the most significant military action in the Middle East since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. The rapid demise of Khamenei, who had survived numerous challenges over the years, shook the geopolitical landscape. When such a profound shift happens, people naturally seek answers, and conspiracy theories, however outlandish, often attempt to answer the critical question: who is really in control? Conspiracy theories, as strange as they may seem, are attempts to fill gaps in our understanding. Some of the theories we'll cover are based on verified historical events, financial data, or government records, while others are harder to verify but intriguing enough to warrant consideration. Our goal is not to endorse any particular theory, but to explore why people believe what they believe, present the evidence, and allow you to come to your own conclusions. Let's dive into the theories. Chapter 1. The Epstein Distraction Theory. Let's start with the Epstein Distraction Theory, which might not be what you expect. On February 24, 2026, NPR published a report revealing that the Department of Justice had intentionally withheld part of the Epstein files, specifically those related to allegations involving Donald Trump. Just 4 days later, American bombs began raining down on Iran. This timeline certainly raises some questions. According to analysts who reviewed the Epstein documents, Trump's name appears a staggering 38,000 times. This figure quickly spread across social media and sparked intense conversations. One of the first to comment publicly on this was Kathy Griffin, who humorously posted on Instagram, suggesting that Trump's reaction to his name being mentioned so often in the files was an indication that it was time to bomb Iran. While it was obviously a joke, it caught attention and led to speculation about a deeper connection. The timeline: 4 days of intense events. Now, let's break down this timeline in more detail, as the sequence of events is remarkable, given how tightly packed everything is. February 24, 2026, NPR dropped a significant report, revealing that the Department of Justice, particularly elements of the FBI, had chosen to withhold documents regarding Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. These weren't small mentions, but rather crucial documents that included corroborating testimony from multiple associates of Epstein, and even at least one former staff member from Mar-a-Lago who had been questioned by federal investigators. The information in these files, according to NPR's sources, was significant and directly related to Trump. February 25th, the report went viral. Every major news outlet covered the story, and social media went into overdrive. The hashtag #EpsteinTrump trended worldwide for hours, causing a media frenzy. Even Fox News, typically hesitant to cover Epstein-related stories, had no choice but to acknowledge the coverage. Trump's team immediately issued a statement dismissing the claims as completely false and political persecution. The tone of the statement was unusually harsh, even for Trump, which led some commentators to question the intensity of his response. February 26th, as the story gained more traction, specific excerpts from the released documents began circulating. It wasn't just Trump's name that appeared. It was the contents of messages allegedly from members of Epstein's inner circle, which detailed Trump's psychological profile. These messages portrayed Trump as someone, when cornered, would take drastic action to change the narrative and secure his position. Specifically, the documents suggested that if Trump were ever in a difficult situation, he would escalate tensions globally, potentially by bombing Iran, in order to shift the public's perception and rally support around him. February 27th, The 38,000 figure was mentioned repeatedly. Analysts and social media users who had combed through the documents claimed that Trump's name appeared that many times throughout the files. However, as time passed, questions arose about the accuracy of this figure, especially as some documents were removed or as certain methodologies for counting were debated. Regardless, the 38,000 figure spread rapidly across social media, further fueling the conspiracy theory. At this point, it seemed that the specific number was irrelevant. The narrative had already taken hold. February 28th. By the early morning hours of February 28th, American and Israeli bombs struck Tehran. Trump posted an 8-minute video on Truth Social, in which he addressed the situation in a way that seemed to mirror the descriptions in those leaked Epstein documents. He spoke directly to the Iranian people, declaring that their hour of freedom had arrived. He emphasized that no president has done what I am doing and presented the mission as a noble cause, urging Iranians to seize control of your destiny. The language he used, framing himself as a savior and hero, was strikingly similar to what those Epstein files had suggested, that Trump, when pushed into a corner, would take extreme actions to rally support, positioning himself as the brave, heroic president willing to confront a global threat. It was almost as if the conspiracy theory had predicted his response. Who is saying this? The unusual cross-partisan coalition. What's truly fascinating about this theory is the unusual broadness of its appeal, cutting across the political spectrum in ways that most conspiracy theories simply do not. Typically, these theories tend to be heavily partisan. Either they're embraced by one side of the political divide, or they're rejected by it. This one, however, is different, and it's been gaining traction from individuals and groups who agree on virtually nothing else. On the left, the narrative is largely focused on the idea that Trump's military actions are a calculated attempt to distract the public from his mounting legal troubles and tarnished reputation. By engaging in an international conflict, especially one involving Iran, he could draw attention away from his personal crises, potentially putting both American and Iranian lives in danger. This, they argue, mirrors a wag-the-dog scenario, a tactic historically used by politicians to start a war in order to divert attention from domestic scandals. Actor John Cusack, a well-known liberal voice, was among the first to publicly call the strikes a wag-the-dog war. Stephen King, the renowned author and outspoken critic of Trump, went even further, demanding Trump's impeachment over what he called unauthorized strikes. In a live stream on February 28th, journalist Mehdi Hassan, who's also known for his left-wing commentary, boldly declared 100% true that Epstein is a factor in all this, underlining the belief that the attacks were a strategic move by Trump to divert attention from his involvement in the Epstein scandal. However, the theory isn't confined to left-wing figures. Even within the ranks of the right, particularly segments of the MAGA movement, the bombing is being framed not just as a distraction from Epstein, but as a clear betrayal of the America First agenda. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a prominent conservative voice, took to X to express her disapproval, stating, "We voted for America First and zero wars." She went on to call the bombing of a school in Iran, resulting in numerous civilian casualties, heartbreaking and tragic, lamenting that this military intervention was not what she and many other Trump supporters had envisioned when they backed the MAGA movement. She added, "This is not what we thought MAGA was supposed to be." Shame. The idea that the right wing could be criticizing Trump for military actions typically aligned with their own party's stance further complicates the narrative, signaling that something about these actions has struck a chord beyond partisan divides. Now, think about the significance of figures like Greene and Stephen King or John Cusack and conservative commentators using the same language to describe the situation. The term wag the dog in particular has become a common thread, uniting individuals from opposite political sides. This rare crossover of viewpoints signals a crucial point. When people from both the left and the right, who are usually polarized in their political views, begin to agree on something, it typically suggests one of two possibilities. Either the event in question is so glaringly problematic that it cuts through political loyalties, or the narrative has been so effectively pushed through social media channels that it has seeped into every ideological bubble, influencing the way people on both sides interpret the same set of events. This cross-partisan consensus is significant. It may suggest that the issue at hand transcends party lines, drawing attention to a deeper, more universal concern about the consequences of such actions. Whether you see it as a self-serving distraction or a betrayal of core political principles, the fact that this theory has taken hold across political divides highlights how powerful narratives can reshape public opinion, regardless of one's political affiliation. Wag the dog, the historical template. Let me give you a little historical context for the wag the dog theory, because I think it's important. The term comes from a 1997 Barry Levinson film starring Dustin Hoffman and Robert De Niro, where a political spin doctor, played by De Niro, manufactures a fake war with Albania to distract from a presidential sex scandal. The film came out just months before the actual Monica Lewinsky scandal broke. And then in 1998, when Clinton ordered airstrikes on Sudan and Afghanistan, just 3 days after his grand jury testimony, Republicans literally used the phrase "wag the dog" publicly. Congressman Gerald Solomon stood on the floor of the House of Representatives and said it. So this is not a new accusation. It has a playbook, and it's worth noting that Clinton's strikes actually did kill people. The Al-Shifa pharmaceutical factory in Sudan was completely destroyed in those strikes. The U.S. claimed it was a chemical weapons facility. The Sudanese government and independent investigators said it was a medicine factory that produced more than half of Sudan's pharmaceutical supply. We still don't have absolute clarity on what it was, but people died. Whether it was a distraction or a legitimate strategic strike, people died. The pattern of using military action to change the narrative has been identified by political scientists, not just conspiracy theorists. A 2002 study published in the Journal of Conflict Resolution found statistically significant evidence of diversionary use of force by American presidents when facing domestic political pressure. The study analyzed 68 years of data and found that presidents were measurably more likely to use military force during periods of declining approval ratings or major domestic scandals. This is not theory. This is peer-reviewed political science. The 38,000 number, real or inflated? Let's talk about the 38,000 number specifically, because I want to be intellectually honest with you guys. The Epstein documents that were released ran to tens of thousands of pages across multiple document dumps. If you're doing a raw text search across that entire archive, Donald Trump's name appearing many thousands of times is not inherently suspicious. The man is one of the most famous people in the world. He knew Epstein. They were photographed together repeatedly. They were documented to have been at the same events. Trump himself, before distancing himself, described Epstein as a terrific guy who liked beautiful women as much as I do. That's a direct quote from a 2002 New York Magazine profile. So the sheer number of mentions isn't necessarily proof of wrongdoing. Context matters enormously. A document that says "unlike Donald Trump, who declined to attend Epstein's gathering in Palm Beach," is technically a document that mentions Trump's name, but obviously means the opposite of what people assume. This is why I think the 38,000 number, while inflammatory, needs to be interrogated a little more carefully. However, and this is a significant however, the specific allegation that the DOJ withheld a subsection of documents specifically because they related to Trump, if that's accurate, that's a very different story than just the number of mentions. That's not ambient noise. That's deliberate suppression. And that is what the NPR report was specifically about. Not the 38,000 mentions, but the withheld section. My take, medium likelihood, but for specific reasons. Alright, here's my honest assessment. The theory is pretty simple at its core. The most powerful man in the world had a lot of reasons with the Epstein files, and potentially millions more in what are suspected unreleased files, to basically change the subject. And according to those who allegedly knew him best, the people who allegedly had compromising material on him, they knew exactly what he would do when cornered. And 4 days after NPR reported it, he did exactly that. Now, the likelihood of this? I'm going to give it medium. Here's why I'm not going high. Because in my mind, the circumstances that precipitated this conflict with Iran were always going to happen. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, whether it was Trump, whether it was Kamala, I think it was going to happen no matter what. Professor Jen from Predictive History called this 2 years ago. He said there was absolutely going to be a ground troop invasion. He actually said boots on the ground in Iran by 2027. This happened a year earlier than his prediction, and maybe the Epstein situation kind of sped things up, but I don't know. What I'm going to give a high likelihood is that the timing within this specific month was influenced by the Epstein news cycle. That the war happened when it happened, that I would put at a pretty high probability of being related. But that the war happened at all, that I would give a low probability of being uniquely caused by Epstein. So put all that together, you get medium. That's where I'm at. And look, Christos, what do you think? Because Christos' take is actually interesting here. I think medium is actually high for a conspiracy. Like the level of medium would be it's mostly true than not.
I think the Epstein thing was, it's just the fact that it's happening this week is helpful that like, hey, we have another thing. It's just the plane is getting flooded, like you're just blasting information into the fray, and it just kind of gets people worked up and not talking about that, which is very nice. Sure. So, I mean, I think it's going to happen inevitably.
Like, I think America has been talking about Iran having nuclear warheads and being about to have a nuclear bomb, in 2 weeks for the last 20 years. You know what I mean? Like, all of our allies in the region want this. Like, there's a lot of precipitating factors. Whether or not it's justified or not, I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying it was inevitable, and the timing, maybe.
Anyway, let's move on to another one. Chapter 2. The Petrodollar Theory, Protecting America's Financial Empire. Okay, the petrodollar. This theory has nothing to do with Epstein. Finally, a theory that doesn't involve him. It has nothing to do with psychics or stargates or any of that. We'll get to that later. Alright, but this one is about money, specifically the most powerful currency on Earth and what happens when countries try to stop using it. A little bit of history. How we got here. So, a little bit of history. 1971. President Nixon took the United States off of the gold standard. Now, I want to explain this simply because it's actually incredibly important to understand the world we live in and why so much of U.S. foreign policy for the last 50 years makes a lot more sense once you understand this. Before 1971, every U.S. dollar in circulation was technically backed by physical gold held in Fort Knox and other federal depositories. The dollar was essentially a claim check on gold. If you held $35, you theoretically could redeem those dollars for 1 ounce of gold from the U.S. government. This system, called the Bretton Woods system, was established after World War II and gave the dollar its legitimacy as the world's reserve currency. The world trusted the dollar because the world trusted gold, and the dollar was directly convertible to gold. Then, Nixon did something that seemed catastrophic at the time. He closed the gold window. On August 15, 1971, in a televised address, Nixon announced that the United States would no longer convert dollars to gold at a fixed value. This is called Nixon shock in economic history, and it was genuinely shocking. Basically, all of our dollars that were printed were backed by physical gold that we had. It was tethered, or rather pegged, to a specific rare material. And once Nixon severed that connection, the dollar should have collapsed. By any conventional economic logic, if your currency is backed by nothing, people should stop trusting it. But it didn't collapse. The dollar didn't collapse. Why? Because 3 years later, the Nixon administration cut a deal with Saudi Arabia, and this deal is arguably one of the most consequential and least discussed agreements in modern history. The petrodollar deal, 1974. Here's how it worked. All Saudi oil would be sold exclusively in U.S. dollars. The revenue from those oil sales would then be reinvested in U.S. Treasury bonds. And the deal was extended to the rest of OPEC. So any country on Earth that wanted to buy oil had to first buy U.S. dollars to pay for that oil. Think about what that means structurally. Oil is the most traded commodity on the planet. Every industrial economy needs it. China needs it. Germany needs it. Japan, India, Brazil, South Korea. Every major economy needs oil to run. And if every barrel of oil in the world is denominated in dollars, then every economy on the planet has to hold dollars in reserve. Not because they want to, not because they trust the US government, but because they have no choice. You need oil. Oil costs dollars. Therefore, you need dollars. As a result, the dollar becomes America's greatest export. Our money is no longer backed by gold, it's backed by oil. And this petrodollar recycling system has financed American government spending and military operations and consumer debt basically for 50 years since the inception of this petrodollar. This is not conspiracy theory. This is documented economic history. William Clark wrote about it extensively in his book Petrodollar Warfare. Economists like Michael Hudson have written about the dollar's role as what he calls the world's tribute system for decades. The mechanism is real. The question the conspiracy theorists are asking is, what happens when countries try to exit this system? The pattern. Countries that rejected the petrodollar. And here is where the pattern gets genuinely interesting. So now what happens when a country tries to stop using this? Let me walk you through the cases. In 2000, Saddam Hussein switched Iraqi oil sales from dollars to euros. He made a big public deal about it. He said it was a political statement against American imperialism. He converted Iraq's oil revenue funds from dollars to euros. International attention was paid. 3 years later, the United States invades Iraq. And one of the first things that America did after conquering Iraq was revert oil sales back to the US dollar. This happened within months of the invasion, before the insurgency had fully developed, before they had found any WMDs, before they had captured Saddam. Reverting the oil sales to dollars was apparently a higher priority than many other post-invasion tasks. Now 2009. Muammar Gaddafi proposed a gold-backed gold dinar for African energy trade. He went around to African Union members and said, "What if we created our own African currency, backed by gold, and we used it to trade oil among African nations? What if we just cut the dollar out entirely?" A number of African leaders were receptive. And 2 years later, in 2011, NATO intervened in Libya's civil war. Gaddafi is killed in a storm drain in Sirte, and the gold dinar idea dies with him. Now, Hillary Clinton's emails, which were released by WikiLeaks, contain a State Department memo from 2011 that specifically mentions Gaddafi's gold dinar plan as a concern. The memo, written by Clinton aide Sidney Blumenthal, says that France's motivation for the Libya intervention was partly driven by fear of Gaddafi's gold dinar threatening the CFA franc, which is the currency France controls across much of West Africa. France controls monetary policy for 14 African nations through the CFA franc system, a system that many economists have described as a form of economic neo-colonialism, and Gaddafi's gold dinar would have directly threatened that. So there's actually documentary evidence that the dollar concern, or in this case the related franc concern, was a factor in the decision to intervene in Libya. Then Venezuela begins selling oil in Chinese yuan. Maduro had been gradually moving away from dollar-denominated oil transactions since around 2018, and had substantially deepened those arrangements by 2024 and 2025. And in early 2026, the United States conducts a military operation in Venezuela, a covert and then overt series of interventions that resulted in a change in the oil payment regime. And spoiler alert, the US government took control of the sale of oil. Venezuelan oil is now sold in dollars and not in yuan or other currencies. So Iraq, Libya, Venezuela, and now Iran, 4 countries trying to move off of this petrodollar within what, 26 years? Yeah, I mean that's a lot of smoke on that one. I'm going to be honest with you. Iran's dollar exit strategy. Let me get specific about what Iran was actually doing in the dollar space, because it's more advanced than most people realize. By 2026, Iran was selling virtually all of its oil outside of the dollar system. Approximately 90% of its exports went to China, settled in yuan through China's cross-border interbank payment system, known as SIPS. Now, SIPS is specifically designed as a direct alternative to SWIFT, which is the US-controlled international payment messaging system. SWIFT is essentially the backbone of dollar-denominated international finance. When the U.S. sanctions a country, one of the primary tools is kicking them off SWIFT, cutting them off from dollar transactions globally. CIPS is Iran, Russia, and China's answer to that. Iran, Russia, and China had created what the Atlantic Council, which is not exactly a conspiracy theory publication. This is a mainstream geopolitical think tank, called an alternative market of sanctioned oil, wherein payments are denominated in Chinese currency. So because of all these U.S. sanctions on Iran, they're now getting very close with Russia and with China and exporting all their energy there, and they're obviously not going to use U.S. dollars. But it gets even more serious than bilateral trade agreements. Iran was part of the expanded BRICS coalition, which stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, with expanded membership now including Iran, Saudi Arabia, and others. And BRICS was actively building what's called BRICS Pay, which is now a SWIFT alternative scheduled for full launch in 2026. Think about what that means. A payment system that allows the world's largest economies to settle trade in non-dollar currencies. If that system goes live and achieves critical mass, the petrodollar's grip on global trade becomes fundamentally weaker. The economist William Clark has argued that U.S. belligerence towards the Iranian nuclear program is a cover for the deeper threat posed by Iranian oil, specifically Iran's effort to trade oil outside the dollar. Now, Clark's been saying this since the early 2000s. He's been largely dismissed in mainstream circles, but the consistency of the pattern he identified, the pattern we just walked through with Iraq, Libya, Venezuela, Iran, is hard to just wave away. The market reacted exactly as the theory predicts. So the bombs fell on February 28th. And then, the dollar did exactly what this theory basically predicts. Let me give you the numbers, because the numbers are genuinely striking. On March 2nd, the first trading day after the strikes, the US dollar index surged roughly 1% to a 5-week high. Bloomberg had the headline, "Dollar surges as traders brace for war impact." Oil spiked over 13%, with Brent crude jumping past $82 a barrel. Gold surged past $5,400 an ounce. And Barclays estimated that the dollar could strengthen about 0.5% to 1% for every 10% increase in oil. Oil had just jumped 13%. So you do the math. The dollar strengthens significantly when oil spikes, not despite war. Because of it. Here's what makes this theory more compelling than it might initially seem. The United States is a net crude oil exporter. Japan, Europe, India, and China are massive importers. So when oil spikes, these countries need more dollars to pay for the same amount of oil. You can understand that, right? Supply-demand, mechanically increasing demand for the US dollar. As the website Investing Live noted, if oil prices surge from $70 to $100, massive oil importers such as Japan and India will have to pay over 40% more dollars just to secure the same amount of oil barrels. I mean, there you go. And another analysis from a London-based macro fund basically gives it very bluntly. Given the nature of this shock, it will be the dollar that benefits the most. This is not fringe commentary. This is mainstream financial analysis published immediately after the strikes. The national debt angle, a theory within a theory. Okay, this conspiracy actually gets even deeper. There's a separate but related theory on Binance Square and various financial conspiracy forums that frames the war not just as a petrodollar protection operation, but as a strategy to address America's enormous debt refinancing challenge. Here's the situation. The United States has roughly $36 trillion in national debt as of 2026. And a significant portion of that debt, we're talking about $10 to $12 trillion in treasury bonds, was coming up for refinancing in 2025 and 2026. These bonds were originally issued at very low interest rates during the COVID era of near zero rates. Now they need to be refinanced at the much higher interest rates that prevailed since 2022. The difference in interest cost is genuinely staggering, potentially hundreds of billions of dollars per year in additional interest payments. So the theory is, how do you lower interest rates enough to make this refinancing affordable? One way is to create global panic. When the world panics, real geopolitical fear, war, instability, investors flee to U.S. Treasury bonds as a safe haven. they're willing to accept lower yields in exchange for the safety of U.S. government bonds. Bond prices rise, yields fall. And suddenly, the U.S. government can refinance that $10 to $12 trillion in debt at cheaper rates than would otherwise be available. Barron's reported that bonds did behave as a safe haven after these strikes, the first time in years that bonds and stocks moved in opposite directions, which is the classic flight to safety trade. Now the theory argues that war isn't just about punishing Iran. It's about sending a message to every BRICS nation considering a permanent exit from the dollar system while simultaneously creating the conditions for favorable U.S. debt refinancing. Is that diabolical? Yes. Is it impossible? Also no. The overlap between America's military targets and America's financial interests is not accidental. It's structural. The same countries that threaten the petrodollar tend to be the same countries that end up in the crosshairs of U.S. foreign policy. Iraq, Libya, Venezuela, Iran. Whether that's conscious strategic planning or just the emergent behavior of a system designed to protect dollar supremacy, I honestly don't know. But the pattern is there. My take: high likelihood on the pattern, medium on intent. All right, let me give you my honest breakdown. The market data is pretty real. The dollar surged, oil spiked, bonds were rallying. That all happened. The pattern of U.S. military intervention following countries' attempts to trade oil in non-dollar currencies is at least a very interesting coincidence. I'm going to give that one a high likelihood of being a real pattern. Whether the war was launched specifically to strengthen the dollar and punish de-dollarization, that one I'm a little bit more medium on. I don't think it's purely that. It might just be like another sort of co-founding factor. But there is, I think, a very clear alignment with America's financial interests and its military targets. And if you try to mess with the US dollar, there's probably going to be some problems and some B-2 bombers heading your way. That would be a pretty safe bet. Is it done with the explicit purpose of trying to boost the dollar in order to help the GOP donors? I don't think that frames it as too one-sided. I think, ultimately, the American war machine and just the corporations that basically run our entire country are all going to benefit, not all, but all the military defense contractors and the oil manufacturers are going to benefit from these types of conflicts. So they're funding both sides, like they don't really care. It's nonpartisan. You know what I mean? It's not red, it's not blue. It's black crude oil.
That's what it's all about, dude. Christos, what do you think? Yeah, just the likelihood. Yeah, just the fact it has to do with oil pretty high. Right.
But I'm not going to trust a Greek with economics. Yeah, fair enough. Chapter 3. The Iranian Stargate. Ancient Technology and Interdimensional Portals. Anyway, there's another theory that is fun. Okay, this one is a little wild, so just bear with me here. Okay, this is a theory that gained traction after the 2003 Iraq War and is now being applied to Iran. That the real reason Western powers invade the Middle East has nothing to do with oil or nuclear weapons or even terrorism. You want to know what it has to do with? I'm glad you asked. It's about controlling the long-lost ancient technology known as interdimensional portals. Yes. Guys, don't lose me. I'm telling you, this is what people are saying on the internet. Alright, so just hear out the theory before you mock me. Okay, basically there's something called the ziggurat of... Okay guys, let's get the theory out. Okay, there are people literally fighting a war in the Middle East to protect us from this portal, and you guys are going to laugh about it. What's it called? It's called a ziggurat. Sounds like a slur. Okay, don't. You're a little ziggurat. You know that? So, this is basically a 4,000-year-old Sumerian temple. What even is a ziggurat? Alright, before we get into the conspiracy theory part, let me actually give you some real historical context because I think it makes the theory more interesting, not less. A ziggurat is a massive stepped pyramid structure built by the ancient Mesopotamian civilizations, the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. They were the dominant architectural form of religious life in ancient Mesopotamia for roughly 3,000 years. We're talking about civilization-defining structures. The most famous one, the ziggurat of Ur, was built around 2100 BC in what is now southern Iraq. It stood about 100 feet tall and was dedicated to the moon god Nana. In its heyday, it would have been painted in vibrant colors, with different tiers representing different aspects of the cosmos. The base was black, representing the underworld. The middle section was red, representing the earth. The upper section was white or blue, representing the heavens. These structures weren't just temples in the Christian sense. They were understood by the ancients as literal connections between the human realm and the divine realm. The Sumerian word for ziggurat translates roughly as built on a raised area, or more evocatively mountain of the gods. The step pyramid design was not aesthetic, it was cosmological. You were literally climbing from the human world toward the divine one, and at the very top, inside a small shrine, it was believed that the god actually descended and communicated with the high priest. Now, none of that is conspiracy theory, that's just archaeology. But here's where the theory kicks in. The Iraq War connection, archaeological looting and strategic protection. Conspiracy theorists have claimed that the U.S. military's suspicious interest in protecting certain archaeological sites while letting others be looted during the 2003 invasion of Iraq suggests that they were searching for something specific. And the theory got enough traction to even be featured on the History Channel. Let me give you the actual historical record here, because there are some legitimately weird details. When U.S. forces entered Baghdad in April 2003, one of the first major cultural disasters was the looting of the Iraq Museum, which contained one of the world's most important collections of ancient Mesopotamian artifacts. Artifacts going back 7,000 years were stolen or destroyed. The museum lost approximately 15,000 objects in the looting. U.S. forces were nearby, but did not intervene to protect the museum. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, when asked about the looting, famously said, "Stuff happens." However, and this is the part that fueled the conspiracy theory, the U.S. military did post guards very quickly at the Iraqi oil ministry. Armed soldiers were stationed outside the oil ministry within days of Baghdad's fall, protecting its records and facilities. Meanwhile, the museum got looted. Meanwhile, ancient artifacts were destroyed. But the oil records were protected. Was this just a practical decision? Probably, at least in part. But it added fuel to the fire. Now, the specific Stargate theory claims that in the 2003 war, one of the actual strategic objectives was to gain access to a Stargate or interdimensional portal located near ancient Sumerian archaeological sites in southern Iraq, specifically near the original location of the ziggurat of Eridu, which is considered by many archaeologists to be the oldest city in the world. Eridu was the first major Sumerian settlement dating to approximately 5400 BC, and it was associated in Sumerian mythology with the god Enki, who was the god of wisdom, water, and creation. According to Sumerian texts, Enki was also the god who gave humanity the Mi, a set of divine laws and civilizational gifts including kingship, music, descent into the underworld, and sexual intercourse. The theory, popularized largely by researchers like William Henry and the late Zecharia Sitchin, holds that ancient Sumerian and Babylonian texts describing the activities of gods in ziggurat temples are not metaphorical or religious accounts, but rather historical records of actual advanced beings, either extraterrestrial visitors or beings from another dimension, who used these temples as literal portals between worlds. And the U.S. military, with access to classified archaeological research, knows this and wants to control these sites. The application to Iran. Now, the same framework is just being applied to Iran. So let's lay out the case. Iran is home to some of the oldest continuously inhabited sites on Earth. Its pre-Islamic history stretches back all the way to the Elamite civilization, contemporaries of the Sumerians. So, if ancient portals existed in Mesopotamia, Iran would have them too. In fact, some versions of the theory argue that Iran has even more important ancient sites than Iraq, because the Persian Empire, which encompassed the Iranian plateau, was actually the successor civilization to Sumer and Akkad, and preserved a great deal of ancient knowledge. Proponents of this theory point to the suspicious targeting of sites near ancient ruins. They cite Iran's proximity to Iraq, where according to the theory this portal was already secured in the 2003 invasion. They connect the dots to broader claims about elite knowledge of ancient technology and ancient civilizations and the real story of humanity's origins. There are specific sites in Iran that feature in the theory. The ancient city of Persepolis, the capital of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, sits on a massive stone platform that some theorists claim was not built by human hands but was adapted from a much older structure. There are also ancient rock carvings and inscriptions in western Iran near the modern city of Kermanshah at a site called Bisotun that show images of winged beings and supernatural encounters that the theorists claim are documentation of actual contact with non-human intelligences. Why does every 21st century war happen in the cradle of civilization? So the theory basically says, why does every major war of the 21st century seem to happen in the cradle of civilization, where all the Abrahamic religions started, where humanity is said to have started at the very beginning? Afghanistan, ancient Silk Road, ancient Zoroastrian and pre-Islamic empires. Iraq, Sumer, Babylon, Akkad, Libya, ancient Phoenician and Carthaginian trading routes, ancient connections to Egypt. Syria, ancient Phoenicia, early Christianity. The crossroads of every major ancient civilization. And now, Iran, ancient Persia, Elam, the center of the Zoroastrian religion that influenced both Judaism and Christianity. This is not a coincidence, the theory says. The people who run Western military power know exactly where the important ancient sites are, and they're systematically securing them. Now, my honest take on this one. Probably not a Stargate. I'll be honest. This theory persists because it offers like a unified explanation for Western military intervention, and because the US military's interest in Middle Eastern archaeology still is like pretty unclear and not super talked about. Like there are some sites that they care about, some sites that they don't, and this theory is just trying to wrap that all up. The simpler explanation, which I personally find more compelling, is that the Middle East is centrally located geographically. It literally borders Europe, connects to Central Asia, and sits astride the most important trade routes in the ancient and modern world. It has discovered beneath its sands the most precious energy resource in the modern world, and it also happens to be the genesis of all three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, which means a significant portion of the world's population considers it sacred ground. Combine geography, oil, and religion in one region, and you're going to get a lot of wars. You don't need stargates to explain that. But then people will be like, oh, what about the Crusades? Fair point. Okay, the Crusades predate oil by almost 1,000 years, so you can't use oil to explain the Crusades, which means the region was strategically important even before the modern era. My rating, low likelihood, but I'll admit it's a fun one. And Christos, of course, gives it 100%. Ziggurat's the only one I'm saying. I'm going out on a limb. 100%. 100%. You believe it? All right. Well, I guess we'll have to see. Chapter 4, The Burning of Baal, Spiritual Warfare and the Epstein Connection. All right. Let's jump into another one. Okay. Iran burned the effigy of Baal. This one is crazy, because it's kind of actually true. During Iran's February 2026 rallies commemorating the 1979 revolution, which is where the Ayatollah basically took over from Pahlavi and overthrew the Shah and created the Islamic Revolution that we see now in Iran, something strange happened across multiple cities in Tehran, Isfahan, and other cities in Iran. Demonstrators burned giant statues. And the statues were like horned bulls, and they were marked with like a Star of David and like the number 666. And again, this is what's circulating on social media. I didn't go to Iran. I didn't see it. Now the statues, according to the demonstrators, according to what a caption I read on TikTok said, represented Baal. Who is Baal? A deep dive into ancient theology. Now if you don't know Baal, Baal is like an ancient deity of the Levant that has appeared over and over and basically is like you could say a false god, Satan himself. This is who the Israelites were worshipping when Moses came down from the temple. Let me actually give you a proper theological breakdown here because it's genuinely fascinating. In the Hebrew Bible, Baal is a Canaanite deity specifically that is associated with fertility, storms, and rain, and was a major rival to the God of Israel throughout the entire Old Testament period. The name Baal in ancient Semitic languages literally just means Lord or Master. It was a generic honorific applied to a specific deity, the storm god Hadad, who was the chief deity of the Canaanite pantheon. The most famous conflict between Baal worship and Israelite monotheism is the confrontation between the prophet Elijah and the prophets of Baal at Mount Carmel. This shows up in 1 Kings, specifically 1 Kings chapter 18. It's one of the most dramatic scenes in the entire Hebrew Bible. Elijah challenged 450 of Baal's priests to a divine contest. Each side would prepare a bull sacrifice and call upon their respective deity to send fire from heaven to consume it. Baal's prophets went first. They prayed, they danced, they shouted, they cut themselves with swords and spears all day. Nothing happened. Then Elijah rebuilt a simple altar, prepared his sacrifice, drenched it with water 3 times so that it would be even harder to ignite, and prayed. And fire fell from heaven and consumed not just the sacrifice, but the water and even the stones of the altar. Then Elijah had the 450 prophets of Baal executed at the Kishon River. Baal worship was also associated with child sacrifice. Now, this is where it gets historically complicated, because the archaeological evidence for child sacrifice in Canaanite religion is actually debated. For a long time, scholars took the biblical condemnations at face value. Then, some archaeologists began arguing that the infant remains found at Phoenician Carthaginian sites called taphets were not sacrificial victims, but children who had died of natural causes and were given special burial rites. More recent DNA analysis of some of these sites has shifted the debate back somewhat, with evidence suggesting that at least some of the infants were indeed sacrificed. The academic consensus is still unsettled. But the prophet Jeremiah condemned the practice explicitly. It literally says in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 19, "They have built the high places of Baal to burn their children in the fire as offerings to Baal." And in ancient Semitic language, Baal literally just means like Lord or Master. Baal also appears in the Quran. In Surah As-Safat, verse 125, in the story of the prophet Ilyas, which is the Islamic name for Elijah, Allah says, "Do you call upon Baal and abandon the best of creators?" The verse basically condemns the worship of Baal as idolatry. And this is the same message that the Iranian demonstrators were broadcasting by burning the statue. What actually happened at these rallies? Now let me describe what was actually being reported from Iran in February 2026, because the details are genuinely strange and worth laying out carefully. Iran International, a London-based Persian-language news outlet that tends to be critical of the Iranian government, but is generally regarded as a legitimate news organization, reported coordinated burnings of large statues in multiple Iranian cities during the February 11th Revolution anniversary events. The statues, according to their reporting and corroborating social media footage, were indeed large effigies of horned bull-like creatures. They were marked with specific symbols that carried obvious meaning to the demonstrators: the Star of David, the number 666, and American imagery. According to social media reports, this is something that had never happened in previous revolutionary anniversary rallies. These events have been happening since 1979, 47 years of revolution anniversary commemorations, and apparently this specific type of burning never occurred before. That's what makes it strange. It doesn't seem like it was a spontaneous act by a few random people. The statues were apparently large, professionally constructed from combustible materials, and deployed simultaneously across multiple cities. That level of coordination suggests either government organization or at minimum government awareness and permission. Videos started spreading rapidly on social media, and obviously conspiracy people were going crazy. A YouTube video titled "Iranians Burn Satanic Statue Baal After Epstein Files Released" framed the event as Iran sending a deliberate message to Western elites. And the theory was that Epstein Island wasn't just about trafficking, it was about occult practices, and that the elites were visiting the island to basically worship Baal in secret. The Epstein-Baal connection. How this theory came together. Okay, so here's where the theory makes the connection that explodes on the internet. The timing is key. The Epstein files drop, revealing connections between Western elites and the world's most notorious sex trafficker. Days later, Iran is burning statues of Baal, and certain corners of the internet start connecting these dots. The argument goes roughly like this. The ultra-wealthy Western elites who visited Epstein's island and properties weren't just engaging in sexual abuse, though that's obviously horrible. They were also participating in occult practices tied to the worship of ancient deities, specifically Baal. The island itself was supposedly the site of ritualistic practice. Jeffrey Epstein's blue and white striped temple structure on Little St. James Island became Exhibit A for this theory. The structure, which Epstein apparently called a music room, has a distinctive dome and columns that some people argued resembled ancient temple architecture. Another analyst described the Baal burning as geopolitical theater combined with spiritual warfare, claiming that what you worship in secret we expose and we reject. The theory basically connects ancient Canaanite religion, where Baal worship allegedly involved child sacrifice, to modern elite trafficking networks. And it frames the burning not as political theater, but as spiritual warfare. Iran is basically positioning itself as the enemy of the satanic Western ruling class. So by burning Baal, Iran and the Iranian people are saying, we know who you worship. We know that you guys are Satan worshippers, that you don't worship Allah. You worship Baal, and we reject it, and we will expose you. Now the timing coming amid the Epstein stuff, many conspiracies there see it as deliberate, like a declaration. The symbolism layer, why 666 and the Star of David? Let me explain the symbolism of what was actually on these statues, because it's important context. The Star of David marking is straightforward from the Iranian government's perspective. It represents Israel, which Iran views as its primary regional enemy, and which it does not recognize as a legitimate state. This is not new. Iranian state imagery has been combining Star of David imagery with negative symbols since the Islamic Revolution. This part isn't conspiracy, it's just Iranian state propaganda aesthetics. The 666 is where it gets more interesting. In Christianity, 666 is the number of the beast from the Book of Revelation, the mark of the Antichrist. This has deep resonance in Christian eschatology, but is also known in broader popular culture as a symbol of Satanism or evil. Iran using 666 imagery is interesting because Iran is a Muslim country, and the Book of Revelation is a Christian text. However, this kind of cross-religious symbolic borrowing is not unusual in political propaganda. You use whatever symbols your audience will recognize. And in a globally connected world where Iranian propagandists are absolutely aware of Western popular culture, using 666 sends a message that resonates internationally. The horned bull imagery for Baal is historically appropriate. Baal in ancient Canaanite religion was frequently depicted with bull horns, representing power and virility. The bull was the sacred animal of the Canaanite storm god. My take: strange. Probably government orchestrated, but the Epstein connection is a stretch. What is the likelihood of this one? What do I think? I mean, the statue burnings seem real, so I'm going to give that one not even conspiracy. That's just a thing that happened. They had no precedent at prior revolution or anniversary events, which makes them strange. And the symbolism, and sort of like the visual of seeing like this giant Canaanite god getting burned, is just sort of strange. It's like Game of Thrones almost. Now, whether the Iranian government intended this effigy burning to be seen as connected to Epstein and the corruption and the trafficking and the Western elites, I actually don't think that. I think Baal is supposed to just represent the wickedness and the satanic nature of the West, of America, of Israel as an ally of America. I think that's probably what it means to the people at these specific events that were burning these things. I don't even know how connected the military was to it. I'm assuming that everything that happens over there, the government is involved with. So I assume that it was done kind of at the behest of the government. But again, I don't even have confirmation on that. I don't know if it was just like a couple rogue people that built this effigy just to burn them. My assumption is that it's government. That's what I think. But I don't have confirmation. I think it's probably more about the symbolism of America as the Great Satan. In Shia Islamic political theology, the term Great Satan Sazon for America was popularized by the Ayatollah Khomeini after the 1979 revolution, and has remained part of Iranian political rhetoric ever since. They view Baal as like the adversary to Allah. And that's what the symbolism is. That's my take. And that basically, yeah, Baal is basically the shaitan, the Iblis, as they would say in Islam. Chapter 5. Psychic Warfare. Uri Geller and the Supernatural Attack on Iran. Alright, let's jump into another one. Okay, this one's a wild one. Alright, so just bear with me here. This is basically a theory that Israel used psychic warfare, and that there was a supernatural attack on Iran. I'm actually going to need your help with trying to fact check this one. Christos. So, this guy, Uri Geller, he's a famous celebrity. He was very popular back in the day for his ability to bend spoons on television. He also happens to be Israeli, and he claims that he helped Israel's military strikes on Iran. Yes. In an interview with the Jerusalem Post published on July 16, 2025, Uri Geller stated that he and a clandestine group of psychics used their abilities during Operation Rising Lion to assist Israel's attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. And he was not being metaphorical. Who is Uri Geller? Let me give you the full background on this guy, because if you don't know him, he's genuinely one of the most fascinating figures of the 20th century. Uri Geller, his name is actually spelled Uri, not Yuri, was born in Tel Aviv in 1946 and rose to international celebrity in the early 1970s as a self-described psychic and illusionist. His signature trick was bending metal objects, especially spoons, apparently through mental concentration. He would hold a spoon lightly, and it would bend without apparent physical force. He would also claim to fix broken watches just by holding them and concentrating on them. He did this on television shows around the world and became enormously famous. Now, skeptics, most prominently the magician James Randi, spent considerable energy trying to debunk Geller. Randi's position was that everything Geller did was a magic trick performed by a very skilled illusionist. Randi even wrote a book called The Magic of Uri Geller, in which he attempted to replicate all of Geller's feats using standard stage magic techniques. The debate between Geller and Randi became one of the longest-running public disputes about paranormal claims in modern history. But here's what makes the Geller story more than just a magician versus skeptic dispute. It sounds crazy, but then you consider the fact that Geller technically has a history with intelligence agencies. There are declassified documents that confirm that Geller was a subject of the CIA Stargate project that happened in the 1970s, which was a real program that spent $20 million over the course of 2 decades researching psychic phenomena for military applications. The CIA Stargate program. Real history. Project Stargate is not conspiracy theory. It is documented history, available in declassified CIA archives. Let me give you the actual story. In the early 1970s, researchers at the Stanford Research Institute in Menlo Park, California, began investigating what they called remote viewing, the alleged ability of certain gifted individuals to perceive distant locations, objects, and events using some form of extrasensory perception. The lead researchers were physicists Russell Targ and Hal Puthoff, both of whom had legitimate scientific credentials. They published papers in peer-reviewed journals, including a notable 1974 paper in the prestigious journal Nature, describing their experiments with remote viewers. The CIA took notice. In an era of Cold War competition where both the US and Soviet Union were supposedly investing in psychic research programs, there were real reports of Soviet interest in what they called psychotronics. The CIA decided it was worth investigating. Even if the probability of psychic abilities being real was very low, the potential military advantage if they were real was enormous. As I'll say later, this is the low-cost, high-impact logic. Spend $1 million a year to find out. If it doesn't work, you're out $1 million. If it works even a little bit, you have an incredible intelligence advantage. The program went through multiple names over its roughly 20-year lifespan. It was called Gondola Wish, then Grill Flame, then Center Lane, then Sunstreak, and finally Stargate. It was funded by DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, and CIA at various points, and employed a rotating cast of remote viewers who were tasked with describing locations, military installations, and activities in the Soviet Union and elsewhere. Uri Geller was brought in for testing at SRI in 1972 and 1973, and the CIA's own assessment, which is now public, stated that Geller demonstrated his paranormal abilities in what they said was a convincing and unambiguous manner. That's not me saying that. That's the CIA's own language in their assessment documents. Whether Geller was actually doing something paranormal or simply fooling the researchers, that's a different debate. But he was tested, and the CIA's official assessment was positive. Now, the program was eventually discontinued in 1995 after the American Institutes for Research conducted a review and concluded that while some of the remote viewing results were statistically above chance, there was no clear evidence of operational usefulness for intelligence purposes. The program had produced some genuinely interesting results that were hard to explain. Certain viewers had described distant locations with surprising accuracy in controlled conditions, but had not produced reliable enough results to justify continued funding. People look at Stargate and they're like, dude, $20 million to see if psychics work. It's like, yeah, dude. It was $20 million over like 2 decades. So, we're talking like $1 million a year. And sure, that's a lot of money, but in the totality of the US military budget, that's like 0.00001%. And I view, in my personal opinion, things like remote viewing, Stargate, stuff like that. Is it possible? Sure. To me, I see it as like low cost, high impact. So, specifically in a time like the 70s and 80s where we're kind of still rogue trying stuff out. MK Ultra, sure. Let's just be a little crazy about it. I think that they were investing small amounts of money into things that had potentially massive returns. The Iran psychic claims, Geller and beyond. So back to Geller. In his Jerusalem Post interview, he described his role in the Iran strikes in some detail. He claimed that he and a group of fellow psychics used concentrated mental focus to create what he described as disruptions in the mental and spiritual states of key Iranian commanders and nuclear scientists. He said they were able to influence decision-making at a distance, create confusion, and in at least one case claimed to have influenced the mental state of an Iranian nuclear scientist whose work on a specific program was then disrupted. He also closed the interview by noting that a Houthi missile was heading for Tel Aviv during the period of the strikes, and said, "I'm going to do something about the missile." This is a fairly extraordinary claim to make in an interview for a newspaper of record. Whether Geller was speaking literally or metaphorically, or was engaged in some kind of psychological operation designed to enhance Israel's perceived intelligence and psychological warfare capabilities, that's genuinely unclear. But Geller isn't the only one making these supernatural claims. Abdullah Ganji, a former editor of a newspaper linked to Iran's Revolutionary Guard, publicly claimed that Israel used occult and supernatural forces in the attacks. Now, this isn't fringe commentary. This appeared on Iranian state-affiliated media. And Iran's supreme leader himself had previously accused Western intelligence agencies of using jinn entities for espionage. If you don't know what a jinn is, it's basically like a spirit. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. They're mostly associated with being bad. You could say like maybe a demon, but not exactly that. Regardless, NSA documents that were declassified in 2011 mentioned the theoretical possibility of concentrating psychics to cause, quote, much matter to reverse direction, potentially affecting an entire city. Now, this particular claim needs to be taken carefully. The NSA documents in question appear to be from the 1970s, and were describing theoretical research possibilities, not operational programs. There's a significant difference between we are investigating whether this is possible, and we have done this. But the fact that it's in NSA documents at all is interesting. The Iranian side, using supernatural framing. Now let me give you some important context for the Iranian side of this. When Iranian state media and officials talk about Israel using supernatural forces or jinn, it's important to understand the rhetorical and theological context. Iran is an Islamic republic. Its government derives its legitimacy from Islamic law and theology. When Iranian leaders communicate with their domestic audience, they use theological frameworks and Quranic language as a matter of course. When the Supreme Leader talks about Israel using jinn for espionage, he is probably not making a literal technical claim about actual spiritual entities. He is more likely using religiously resonant language to communicate the idea that Israel's intelligence operations are deceptive, hidden, and spiritually corrupting. The same idea a Western politician might communicate by saying they're operating in the shadows or they're using dark arts. Like again, they're speaking to a predominantly Shia Muslim country that has enforced a very strong control over society using Islam. And so, of course, they're going to use symbolism as sorts of parts of speech that invoke the Quran or hadiths in order to communicate with their people. So, I don't view that as literally, I view it as metaphorically. My take, low likelihood, but more interesting than you think. Okay, let me break down a couple pieces. Project Stargate, that was a real thing. Geller's participation, that's real. Whether psychic warfare played a role in the Iran strike, I'm going to say probably not. That's my professional opinion on this one. It's probably a mixture of US intelligence, Mossad, and actual intelligence officers going around collecting intel, finding agents, compromising them, and taking out targets. That's just my take, so I'm going to go low on this one. Chai-Chi seems to think we have it 35% right. The biggest problem was the NSA reversing matter claim. That's highly inaccurate. And the Iranian supernatural rhetoric, probably more metaphorical than literal. And the Israeli psychic warfare unit is just unsupported claims. But I want to add something. The reason I find this theory interesting, even at low likelihood, is that it points to something real about psychological warfare. Modern militaries absolutely do use psychological operations, PSYOPs, to create confusion, fear, and disorientation in enemy personnel. They don't need supernatural abilities to do this. They use disinformation, electronic warfare, cyber operations, planted misinformation. And yes, sometimes they deliberately spread rumors about capabilities they may or may not have. The rumor that Israel used psychics might itself be an intelligence operation designed to make Iranian commanders paranoid and unfocused. Chapter 6, The Dental Implant Tracker. How did they find him? Alright, another one. How about this? How about the Dental Implant Tracker? You heard about this one? This is basically the idea that, the Supreme Leader of Iran is one of the most protected men on Earth. He moved around constantly, rarely appeared in public, and is surrounded by layers of security inside a bunker, and knows full well, the totality of the United States military plus Israel is trying to take me out, plus Saudi Arabia. I mean, all these people want him gone. So, how do you get a guy like this? Alright. Right. I mean, look at February 28th. All of a sudden, we dropped 30 bombs on his compound in Tehran in a daytime strike, and 12 hours later, he's out. So, the Iranian state media confirmed his death on March 1st, and 40 days of mourning have been declared in Iran. But how do they find him? How do you find where he's at? The problem of finding an untraceable man. Let me give you some context for how difficult to target Khamenei actually was. He had been Supreme Leader since 1989, a man who had survived 37 years in one of the world's most targeted leadership positions. During his tenure, there had been at least a dozen credible assassination attempts documented in public sources, plus an unknown number that were presumably never disclosed. He survived the Iran-Iraq War. He survived the Green Revolution of 2009. He survived the assassination of numerous close associates, including Qasem Soleimani in 2020 by a U.S. drone strike. His security apparatus was formidable. The IRK, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, ran multiple overlapping security details. Khamenei did not use cell phones with standard telecommunications chips. His communications were conducted through encrypted systems and physical couriers. He reportedly moved between multiple residences and bunkers on an irregular schedule. He rarely appeared in public with advance notice. When he did appear publicly, it was typically after the fact, or with security protocols designed to make the location non-predictable. This is not a target you find with a satellite image. To hit a target like this with the precision of the February 28th strikes, you either need years of patient intelligence work building up a picture of his patterns, or you need some form of real-time location data. and getting real-time location data on a man with this level of security consciousness is genuinely difficult. The two mainstream theories. There's the skeptic kind of contemporary take. The United States has intelligence operations and agents within the country and potentially within his close circle that are able to find his movements and able to basically tip off where he's going. They're able to find what they call like a pattern of life report. We're like, okay, what does he do on an average day? Can we aggregate that data over many, many months to basically track where he's going to be on this specific day at this time? This is actually how a lot of high-value target operations work. You don't necessarily need real-time surveillance. If you can reconstruct a target's routines well enough through patient intelligence collection, you can sometimes predict where they'll be with enough confidence to plan a strike. The pattern of life approach has been used successfully in multiple operations, including reportedly some aspects of the intelligence collection that led to the bin Laden raid. The other possibility is that there was a human asset, a mole, somewhere in Khamenei's inner circle. Someone with regular access to his location who was passing real-time information to Israeli or American intelligence. This is how many of the most significant Middle East intelligence operations have worked historically. The killing of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah in 2024, for example, was widely attributed to Israeli intelligence having penetrated Hezbollah's security apparatus. The dental implant theory, where it comes from. The other theory that's way more interesting that was circulated on Reddit and X is that they literally put tracking devices hidden in his dental implants. Now, this theory sounds crazy, but there's actually some precedent. Okay, there are released documents from the raid on Osama bin Laden's compound that revealed that the Al-Qaeda leader was deeply paranoid about exactly this thing. According to the documents in question, bin Laden suspected that an Iranian dentist had placed a tracking chip in his wife's tooth during a dental visit. He described the suspected device as about the length of a grain of wheat and the width of a fine piece of vermicelli. Now that's an interesting way to describe the size of a chip. Vermicelli. Turns out it's a very thin, long noodle, which, given that ARFID chips small enough to fit into dental work have existed for years, is actually not an impossible dimension. Let me give you the technical reality here. Passive ARFID chips, the kind used in inventory tracking, pet microchipping, and access cards, have been shrunk to truly remarkable sizes. The smallest commercial ARFID chips available today are smaller than a grain of rice. More sophisticated tracking devices that include both GPS and cellular communication have been miniaturized significantly. In dental applications, researchers have actually published papers on embedding ARFID chips in dental work for patient identification purposes. This is a legitimate medical research area. Would an intelligence agency be capable of creating a tracking device small enough to embed in dental work? Given the resources of organizations like DARPA, Mossad's Technology Unit, or the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, the answer is almost certainly yes. The question is whether they actually deployed such a device on Khamenei or his associates. The bin Laden connection. Why this isn't crazy. The bin Laden angle deserves more elaboration because I think it's actually the most important element of this theory. Here's why. The fact that bin Laden was paranoid about dental tracking chips tells us something significant. It tells us that within the world of high-value targets and elite intelligence operations, this concept was already circulating as a real possibility as early as the mid-2000s. Bin Laden didn't invent this fear from nowhere. He had access to information about intelligence methods through his network. If he believed that tracking chips in dental work was a real operational technique, not as a vague sci-fi possibility, but as something to specifically worry about, there's at least a reasonable chance that he had heard about it from people who knew about it from the inside. The Abbottabad documents, recovered in the 2011 raid, show a man who was extraordinarily security conscious in ways that proved operationally justified. He used a courier network instead of electronic communications. He kept strict operational security protocols. His suspicion about his wife's dental work, while it might sound paranoid in isolation, fits a pattern of sophisticated threat awareness that was generally well-founded. And intelligence agencies have thought about this exact idea. The question is whether they've actually deployed them. Now, this theory obviously gained a ton of life after Khamenei's death. And basically, if the strikes required real-time location data on targets who rarely appear in public, some form of close proximity tracking technology would be necessary. The operational scenario the theory describes. The theory's proposed mechanism goes roughly like this. Somewhere in Khamenei's medical and dental care staff, there was an asset, either recruited under pressure or financially motivated, who was working for the CIA or Mossad. This asset, under the guise of providing dental care to high-ranking Revolutionary Guard commanders or possibly even to Khamenei himself, placed tiny tracking devices in dental implants or bridges. The devices would need to be passive enough that they wouldn't trigger any electronic sweep. They'd be dormant until activated by a specific signal. Or they could be active but operate on frequencies or protocols that standard Iranian security sweeps wouldn't detect. The dental setting provides perfect cover because dental work involves metal in the mouth anyway, which makes metal detector sweeps less informative. And because the implantation procedure is invasive and relatively normal for someone of Khamenei's age. This is an ideal vector if you're able to pull it off. But the issue is that it requires invasive procedures and would be difficult to get a chip in someone's mouth without their knowledge. But the theory is that maybe there was a high-ranking orthodontist or a dentist that was basically doing dental work on the top-ranking military personnel and was basically acquired as an asset by either the CIA or Mossad and was then given the technology and was placing these chips inside the top brass. The deeper intelligence angle. It might be PSYOP either way. Okay, here's where my thinking gets genuinely interesting to me. And based off my conversation with Chris Cappy, who kind of said the same thing, it seems like these sorts of theories kind of percolate around these types of events, where they kind of float these rumors and grandiosize the intelligence capabilities of the CIA, of Mossad. And either that's pushed by them themselves as an intelligence operation on the people to basically say, hey, this is maybe true and you guys got to be paranoid, or it was just done organically and then it was proliferated through the internet and supported by these organizations. Think about the effect this theory has on Iran's surviving leadership. If this theory is widely circulated, and it is, then Iranian commanders, security chiefs, and anyone associated with their nuclear program who has ever had dental work now has reason to be paranoid. Can't go to the dentist. What if I'm being tracked? Can't eat certain foods. What if the chef put a tracking device in my food? It makes them so paranoid, ruins their quality of life, and deeply affects their ability to operate in the normal world. This is actually a known intelligence technique. Creating operational paranoia in adversaries is valuable. If you can make enemy commanders so consumed with security theater, checking their own teeth, purging their staff, refusing to trust their own doctors, you've degraded their effectiveness without firing a single shot. It's psychological warfare on a very personal level. So either way, I feel like intelligence has their hands on this theory. The fact that we're talking about it, the fact that people have heard about it, I'm going to say high chance that there's an intelligence thing happening. Low chance that they literally used dental implants to actually find Khamenei. Final ruling on that. And what makes it diabolical is that in the bin Laden documents, they apparently tracked his wife. Not him. His wife. He was like, my wife, of course, she goes in. She gets a thing. And bin Laden's reported response was to basically have all her teeth out. Which, you know. He's like, hey baby, I have to remove your teeth to prevent the tracking. Only the tracking. That's why I'm removing your teeth. Chapter 7, The Greater Israel Project, Geopolitical Reshaping of the Middle East. Alright, this is one that we're going to spend some real time on, because it has a lot of documented history behind it, and because it connects a lot of threads from the other theories. The Greater Israel Theory, as it's called in conspiratorial circles, is actually based on real documents, real policy papers, and real statements by real people. The conspiracy is in the interpretation of those documents, and in whether there is active, coordinated intent behind what might be emergent geopolitical outcomes. The Yinon Plan, the document at the center. The central document cited in most versions of this theory is a 1982 essay by Israeli journalist and former government official Oded Yinon, titled A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s. It was published in the Hebrew journal Kivunim, which means directions, a journal associated with the World Zionist Organization. The essay argued, in brief, that Israel's long-term security required the dissolution of the surrounding Arab states along ethnic and sectarian lines. Yinon argued that states like Iraq, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and others were artificial constructs created by colonial powers and held together by force rather than genuine national cohesion. In a destabilized, fragmented Middle East where former nations had broken apart along Sunni Shia, Kurdish Arab, Coptic Muslim, and other fault lines, Israel would face a less coherent threat environment and could potentially emerge as the dominant regional power. Now, Yinon was not a senior government official writing official policy. He was a journalist with connections writing a think piece in a relatively obscure Hebrew language journal. The essay was translated into English by Israel Shahak, a Holocaust survivor and Israeli professor who was critical of Israeli government policies, and that translation is what gave the essay wide circulation in Arab and Western political circles. The official Israeli government has never endorsed the Yinon Plan or acknowledged it as a policy document. But the fact that its recommendations, the fragmentation of Iraq along Sunni, Shia/Kurdish lines, the weakening of Syria, the elimination of Iranian military power, have been more or less what has actually happened in the Middle East over the last 20 years is what gives the theory its legs. Iraq was invaded in 2003 and has been effectively partitioned in practical terms between a Shia-dominated central government, a Sunni-majority Western region that at various points has been controlled by militia or ISIS, and the Kurdistan regional government in the north. Syria has been devastated by civil war and is effectively not a unified functioning state in large areas of its territory. Libya is similarly fragmented. Yemen is in the middle of the world's worst humanitarian crisis, partly due to a war involving Iranian-backed and Saudi-backed factions. And now Iran is under direct military attack. The last major military power in the region that could potentially threaten Israel. Connect these dots in the right order, and the Yinon Plan looks less like a 1982 think piece and more like a 40-year roadmap that has been executed with remarkable consistency. The Clean Break document, 1996. Then there's another document, even more directly connected to U.S. policy. In 1996, a policy paper titled A Clean Break, a New Strategy for Securing the Realm, was prepared for incoming Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The lead author was Richard Perley, an American neoconservative defense intellectual who would later serve in the George W. Bush administration. Other contributors included Douglas Feith and David Wurmser, both of whom would also serve in the Bush administration in significant national security roles. The Clean Break document recommended that Israel abandon the Oslo peace process and instead pursue regional hegemony through a series of military and economic moves. Critically, it recommended that Israel work to remove Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq, destabilize Syria, and contain Iran. This was 1996. The Iraq War happened in 2003. And the authors of this 1996 document were, by 2003, senior officials in the U.S. Defense Department and National Security Council. Again, this is not conspiracy theory. These are real documents that you can read. The policy recommendations in these documents have been substantially enacted. The question of whether that represents coordinated execution of a plan or whether it represents smart people correctly predicting where geopolitical pressures were heading is the crux of the debate. Iran as the last target. Within this theoretical framework, the attack on Iran makes complete strategic sense as the completion of a project. Iraq destabilized. Libya destabilized. Syria significantly weakened. Saudi Arabia has normalized relations with Israel. The Palestinian resistance movements have been severely degraded. Hezbollah has been significantly weakened by the 2024 Lebanon campaign. Hamas was decimated by the Gaza operation. Iran is the last significant regional military power capable of threatening Israel or projecting meaningful force in the region. It maintains proxy forces, what's left of Hezbollah, the Houthis, various Iraqi Shia militias, but those proxies have been degraded. Iran's own missile and drone capabilities, while significant, have been demonstrated to be partially defeatable by Israeli-American air defense systems. From this perspective, the February 28th strikes aren't just about nukes. They're about definitively ending the threat posed by the last major anti-Israel regional power and completing a decades-long project of geopolitical reshaping. The nuclear program is the justification. The real objective, according to this theory, is the elimination of a rival to Israeli regional hegemony. Is this too neat? Maybe. Real geopolitics is messy, multi-causal, and full of unintended consequences. But the consistency of the pattern, and the fact that the people who articulated this vision in 1982 and 1996 have been closely connected to the policy decisions that have brought us to this moment, makes this one harder to dismiss than the Stargate theory. Chapter 8. The China-Taiwan Distraction Theory. Was Iran a smokescreen? This one is interesting because it's the inverse of some of the other theories. Most of the theories we've discussed frame the Iran war as designed to distract from domestic American issues, Epstein, the national debt, political scandals. This theory argues the opposite, that the Iran war is actually designed to distract from the real strategic move happening elsewhere, specifically in the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait. The strategic logic. The argument runs like this. China has been signaling increased military assertiveness around Taiwan throughout 2025 and 2026. Naval exercises in the Taiwan Strait have increased in frequency and scale. Chinese military aircraft have been crossing the median line more often. And American military planners, according to some reports, have been increasingly alarmed by a potential Chinese move on Taiwan in the near-term window. Now, if you're the United States and you're concerned about a Chinese move on Taiwan, one thing you absolutely want to know is how does China respond to large-scale U.S. military operations in its near abroad? You want to see if China will use a major U.S. military commitment elsewhere as an opportunity to move on Taiwan while American attention is divided. Or, alternatively, you want to use the Iran operation to communicate clearly that the United States is still willing and able to conduct large-scale military operations as a deterrent message to Beijing. Some version of this theory argues that the Iran strikes were partly a demonstration operation designed to show China that America has not gone soft, has not become isolationist, and is willing to use overwhelming military force in pursuit of strategic objectives. The message to Beijing: don't interpret American political dysfunction as military weakness. We just ended a 4-decade-old adversary's government in about 12 hours. You've been warned. The resource and attention problem. A different version of the theory argues something more concerning. It says that the Iran operation has committed so many American military resources, carrier battle groups, bomber sorties, special operations forces, logistical infrastructure, that the United States is now significantly less capable of responding to a Chinese move on Taiwan in the near term. Think about it. The United States has 3 carrier strike groups deployed to the Persian Gulf and Eastern Mediterranean in support of the Iran operations. A carrier strike group is not a small commitment. It's a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. It's air wing of 70 to 90 aircraft, multiple destroyers and cruisers for air defense, attack submarines, and a supply ship. That's an enormous concentration of military power. If China decided to move on Taiwan while 2 or 3 carrier strike groups are tied up in the Persian Gulf, the U.S. response capacity in the Pacific is significantly constrained. Is this a coincidence, or is it planned? The conspiracy version says that certain actors, either within the U.S. system or in allied intelligence services, have deliberately created this situation to give China a window. The more mainstream version just says it's a risk that geopolitically aware planners should be worried about. I'm not going to give this one a high likelihood overall, but the resource allocation concern is real and has been raised by actual strategic analysts in mainstream publications. The question of whether this is conspiracy or just geopolitical risk management is genuinely unclear. Chapter 9. The Deep State Anti-Trump Theory. Was the war designed to trap him? Okay, this one is fascinating because it comes primarily from within the MAGA movement itself. And it represents an interesting ideological split that I want to examine carefully. This is the theory that the Iran war was not orchestrated by Trump, but was essentially engineered by deep state actors who wanted to trap Trump in a war that would either destroy him politically or expose him as a neoconservative in America First clothing. The America First objection. Marjorie Taylor Greene's reaction, which I mentioned earlier, is the cleanest expression of this theory from within the movement. When she posted, "We voted for America First and Zero Wars," She was articulating a fundamental tension within the MAGA coalition. Trump ran for president twice on a platform that was explicitly skeptical of foreign military adventurism. He criticized the Iraq War, the Libya intervention, the Syria involvement. He called for bringing troops home. He described American military interventions as disasters that wasted money and lives. His base responded to this message, at least in part, because they genuinely believed it. Working-class Trump voters in rural America had disproportionately sent their children to fight in Iraq and Afghanistan. They were genuinely war-weary and genuinely suspicious of the military-industrial complex. So when Trump launches what looks like a major new Middle Eastern war just months into his second term, a segment of his base feels betrayed. And the question they're asking is, why? Did Trump change? Was he never really anti-war? Was he outmaneuvered? Or was he manipulated? The Netanyahu factor, John Cusack's framing that Trump was helping fulfill Netanyahu's wishes, is actually a version of this theory that cuts across partisan lines. The argument is that Israel, under Netanyahu's government, has strategic objectives that may not perfectly align with American interests, and that Netanyahu's extraordinary access to Trump has allowed Israeli strategic preferences to effectively become American policy. This is a sensitive topic because any criticism of Israeli government policy or of the Israel-US relationship tends to get labeled as anti-Semitic, which shuts down legitimate political analysis. But the actual question being asked by people across the spectrum, from progressive Democrats to MAGA nationalists, is a legitimate geopolitical one. To what extent are American military operations in the Middle East driven by American interests versus Israeli interests? And who has the final say when those interests diverge? The deep state theory within MAGA circles says Trump was essentially set up. The people around him, the neoconservatives who have always been present in Republican foreign policy, people like John Bolton's successors, maneuvered him into a position where Iranian aggression provided a justification for strikes, and once he was in the room and being shown intelligence, the momentum was impossible to stop. He got played. He thought he was playing the hero, and he actually walked into someone else's war. The counter-argument from Trump loyalists is simpler. The Iranian nuclear program was a genuine threat, the strikes were justified, and the Epstein distraction theory plus the Greater Israel theory are both just attempts by Trump's enemies to taint a legitimate military success. What does the history show? History suggests that presidents often find wars easier to get into than to control. The Gulf of Tonkin incident, which escalated U.S. involvement in Vietnam, involved intelligence that was at minimum misleading and possibly fabricated. The Iraq War WMD intelligence was definitively wrong. Presidents are presented with the most alarming possible intelligence interpretation when national security apparatus wants military action. This is not conspiracy. This is documented in multiple post hoc analyses of how intelligence failures happen. Whether that happened here with Iran, whether Trump was shown intelligence that overstated the imminence or severity of the Iranian nuclear threat to push him toward action, I genuinely don't know. But the historical precedent for it happening is well established. My rating on this one? Medium. The historical pattern of presidents being maneuvered into wars is real. The specific claim that this particular war was designed to trap Trump is speculative, but the ideological tension it reveals within MAGA is absolutely real and worth paying attention to. Chapter 10. The Biblical Prophecy Theory. Is this the beginning of the end? Alright, we're saving the most ancient and arguably the most emotionally powerful theory for last. This is the one that has been circulating primarily in Christian evangelical circles, in certain Jewish religious communities, and in a surprising number of Islamic theological forums. The theory, the Iran War, is not primarily a geopolitical event. It is the fulfillment of biblical prophecy, and potentially the beginning of the sequence of events that lead to the end of days. Now, I want to be very careful here, because this theory intersects with genuine religious faith for billions of people. And I want to respect that while also being analytically honest about how it functions as a theory about current events. The biblical texts in question. Let me actually walk through the specific scriptures that people are citing because I think it's important to understand what the actual claims are. The book of Ezekiel, chapters 38 and 39, describes a conflict involving a coalition of nations called Gog and Magog. In this prophecy, a powerful nation from the far north leads a coalition including Persia, Cush, and Put, which many biblical scholars have interpreted as modern Iran, Ethiopia, or Sudan, and Libya, in an attack against Israel. The attack is defeated by divine intervention rather than military force. Fire and brimstone fall from heaven. The attackers are destroyed. The book of Daniel, particularly chapter 8, describes a vision of a ram with two horns, representing the kings of Media and Persia, what is now roughly Iran and northwestern Iran, being charged by a goat from the west. The goat wins, destroying the ram. Biblical scholars have traditionally interpreted this as prophecy about the Greek conquest of Persia under Alexander the Great in 334-323 BCE, which historically did happen. But prophecy interpretation is not a settled science, and many contemporary Christian scholars argue that Daniel's prophecies have dual fulfillment. They refer to historical events, but also foreshadow end times events. The book of Revelation, with its detailed and spectacularly dramatic account of the tribulation period, the Battle of Armageddon, and the return of Christ, is of course the most frequently cited in end times discussions. The Euphrates River drying up to allow kings from the east to cross, the gathering of all nations for battle at a place called Armageddon, the destruction of a great city, all of these images are being connected by some believers to current events in the Middle East. Why this theory has real social power. Here's something I want to say clearly. Regardless of whether you are a religious believer or a secular analyst, the biblical prophecy theory has real social and political power that cannot be dismissed. The reason is simple. An estimated 40% of Americans believe in some version of biblical end times prophecy. A significant subset of those, estimates range from 15% to 25% of the U.S. population, believe that the current generation will see the second coming of Christ during their lifetimes. When you have that many people interpreting current events through an eschatological lens, that affects political behavior. It affects which politicians they support. It affects how they react to news from the Middle East. It affects whether they view intervention in Israel's conflicts as a moral and spiritual obligation. Christian Zionism, the belief that supporting the modern state of Israel is a biblical imperative for Christians, has had documented influence on American foreign policy. This is not fringe. Multiple secretaries of state and national security advisors have spoken openly about the role of biblical frameworks in their personal worldviews. The conspiracy-adjacent version of this theory says something even more provocative. What if certain powerful figures actually want to accelerate the fulfillment of prophecy? What if there are people in positions of power who genuinely believe that engineering the conditions described in Ezekiel 38 or Revelation will bring about the prophesied divine intervention? This is a theory about people deliberately trying to trigger the apocalypse, and while it sounds absolutely insane, the historical record does include examples of people taking action specifically motivated by apocalyptic belief. The Islamic eschatology parallel. It's worth noting that this isn't exclusively a Christian phenomenon. Islamic eschatology, end times beliefs within Islam, includes its own set of prophecies about events in the Middle East that many Muslims see as aligning with current events. Islamic end times tradition describes a great war between Muslims and their enemies, the return of the Mahdi Ladrilal, the appearance of the Dajjal, a figure roughly analogous to the Antichrist, and ultimately the return of Jesus himself, who is recognized as a prophet in Islam, too. Defeat the forces of evil. Many of these events are prophesied to occur in the Levant region, specifically in Syria and Palestine. Some Iranian Shia religious scholars have argued that the current conflict represents part of the prophesied sequence leading to the emergence of the Mahdi. The supreme leader himself, before his death, had at various points framed Iran's role in the region in explicitly eschatological terms, as the force that would prepare the way for the Mahdi's return. This isn't just rhetoric for political purposes. For devout Shia Muslims, this is genuine theological conviction. So you have both major Western religions and Islam all having their own eschatological frameworks that their adherents are mapping onto the same conflict. The fact that billions of people are interpreting these events through end times lenses doesn't make the prophecies true, but it absolutely makes understanding those interpretations essential to understanding why this conflict feels so cosmically significant to so many people. My take on the prophecy itself versus the political use of prophecy. My honest take is this: I'm going to separate two distinct things. Whether the biblical prophecies are literally true and are being literally fulfilled, that is a question of religious faith that I'm not going to adjudicate. That's between you and whatever you believe. But whether people believe they're being fulfilled, that's a political and sociological fact that matters enormously. When significant percentages of military personnel, congressional representatives, and senior government officials hold beliefs that tell them this conflict is divinely ordained and prophetically necessary, that shapes decisions. That is not speculation, that is documented. And the conspiracy version that there are people actively trying to engineer prophetic fulfillment, I would rate as low likelihood in the strong form. Nobody is deliberately trying to start the apocalypse. But medium likelihood in the weak form, people who believe in prophecy are more willing to take actions that risk escalation because they believe the outcome is divinely guaranteed. That weak form is genuinely scary and genuinely worth paying attention to. What do we actually know? All right, people. We went through the 10 most talked about conspiracy theories surrounding the Iran war. And before I wrap up, I want to give you my honest overall take on what all of this means. Because I think there's something important that gets lost when we just go theory by theory. Here's the thing about conspiracy theories in general. The best ones, the most enduring, the most widely believed, the ones that have real cultural and political staying power, they're almost always responding to something real. They're responding to real patterns, real concentrations of power, real incentives that are sometimes hidden, real asymmetries of information between the powerful and the powerless. The Epstein distraction theory exists because Epstein was real. The petrodollar theory exists because the petrodollar system is real. The dental implant tracker theory exists because intelligence agencies really do develop and deploy tracking technologies that the public doesn't know about. The psychic warfare theory exists because Stargate was a real program. None of the theories are entirely disconnected from reality. They're extrapolations from real things, real patterns, real precedents. Sometimes the extrapolation is way too far. Sometimes it's surprisingly close. The interesting question is not, is this conspiracy theory true or false? The interesting question is, what real pattern or real power structure is this theory pointing at, even if it gets the specific mechanism wrong? A framework for thinking about this. Here's how I'd encourage you to think about what we've covered. Ask yourself 3 questions about each theory. First, what real thing is this theory responding to? There's always a real thing. The Epstein files exist. The petrodollar is real. The Yinon plan is a real document. The CIA Stargate program was real. Identify the real thing. Second, does the proposed mechanism make sense? Does the specific causal chain, Trump bombed Iran because of Epstein, the CIA put chips in Khamenei's teeth, Uri Geller bent nuclear centrifuges with his mind, does that specific chain have evidence behind it? This is where most conspiracy theories fail. The real thing they're responding to is real, but the specific mechanism is speculative, invented, or just wrong. Third, who benefits from this theory being widely believed? This is the most important question. Some theories benefit the people they accuse, keeping their enemies paranoid and off balance. Some theories benefit the conspiracy community's own engagement metrics. Some theories are actually true. And some theories, interestingly, are deliberately promoted by the very powers they claim to expose, as a form of misdirection or controlled opposition. My final likelihood ratings. For the record, here's where I landed on each one after we walked through all the evidence. The Epstein distraction theory. Medium likelihood, real pattern of timing, plausible psychological mechanism, but the war was probably going to happen regardless. The Epstein news cycle may have influenced the timing, not the decision. The petrodollar theory, high likelihood that the pattern is real. Medium likelihood that the Iran strike was specifically intended to defend the petrodollar. The market data supports it. The historical pattern supports it. But this happened, and this was the explicit intent are different things. The Iranian Stargate Theory. Low likelihood. Interesting as a lens on why the Middle East is always the focus of Western military intervention. But the portal angle is unsupported. The burning of Baal, not really a conspiracy. It happened. The connection to Epstein is a stretch. The connection to Iran's general framing of the West as spiritually corrupt is probably accurate. Psychic warfare. Low likelihood as a literal operative program. More interesting as a PSYOP framework for understanding how intelligence agencies manipulate perceptions of their capabilities. The dental implant tracker. Low likelihood as the actual mechanism for finding common A. High likelihood that intelligence had their fingerprints on spreading the theory. Medium high likelihood that some form of sophisticated tracking technology was involved in the operation, whether dental implants or not. The Greater Israel Project. Medium high likelihood as a real strategic vision that has influenced policy over decades. The documentary evidence is real. Whether it's a coordinated plan or an emergent outcome is the genuine question. The China-Taiwan distraction. Medium likelihood as a concern. Low likelihood as a deliberate manipulation. High likelihood as an unintended strategic consequence that China is paying attention to. The deep state anti-Trump theory. Medium likelihood in the weak form. Presidents get maneuvered into wars. Whether Trump was specifically targeted or just made predictably war-friendly decisions when in the moment is unclear. The biblical prophecy theory. Unprovable as prophecy. Very high likelihood as a description of how millions of people are interpreting these events in ways that shape political behavior. Why we do this. And before I let you go, I want to say something about why I think it matters to examine these theories carefully, rather than just dismissing them or just believing them. We live in a moment where the distance between conspiracy theory and established fact has collapsed dramatically. Things that were dismissed as paranoid speculation 10 years ago, mass government surveillance of citizens, intelligence agencies operating domestic disinformation programs, the use of social media algorithms for political manipulation, the scale of elite sex trafficking networks involving powerful figures have been confirmed as true. Not all conspiracy theories are true. But the reflexive dismissal of all conspiracy theories as obviously false is itself a form of intellectual failure. The same is true in the other direction. The fact that some conspiracy theories have turned out to be true doesn't mean all conspiracy theories are true. The challenge, and it's a genuine intellectual challenge that gets harder every year as the information environment gets murkier, is to apply rigorous standards of evidence to claims about power, to follow the money and the incentives, to identify what's documented versus what's speculated, and to hold genuinely open questions open without either premature dismissal or premature belief. That's what we try to do here at camp. We don't always get it right. I definitely have my own biases and blind spots. But the attempt to actually look at the evidence, to separate signal from noise, to give credit to uncomfortable possibilities while maintaining standards of proof, that's the project. And I'm grateful to have you guys here in the tent doing it with me. The campfire. All right, people. We went through the most interesting theories, but we're not done. Okay, there are more interesting conspiracy theories that are circulating right now on the web. And, I want to tell you guys about them, but they're a little crazy.
I'll be honest with you, and I don't want to get blasted off the internet here on YouTube. So, we will have a paywall in future, maybe.
I think it's probably going to be YouTube memberships. Maybe it will be Patreon. I don't really know. To be honest with you, we don't even really have them yet. We are just trying to get monetized first. So we want to put them out somewhere that you guys can go check them out. If you guys have a good name, what do you think?
Campfire. The campfire's good. The campground.
Oh, the campfire is nice cuz you want to be close to the campfire. I like that. Okay.
Maybe the campfire. Yeah.
Oh, and maybe it's the campfire and then there's the inner sanctum, that's the upper tier? That could be nice. Or where all the camp counselors go to make out. But over there, like, I want to try to do like Zooms once a month where like I Zoom with the people of the top tier where like we just hang out and talk, discuss episodes, discuss like crazy theories.
I want to do like merch stuff where I can like send out merch on the upper tier.
I think doing extra episodes would be awesome, and then maybe I think ad-free episodes should be for sure. Like, hey, you can watch everything without ads, because people do comment about the ads. But also, we gotta keep the fire burning. People. Alright, we already talked about that. So there's a bunch of stuff. I haven't officially figured out exactly what it's going to be, but it's in the description right now. Wherever it all ended up, you can see it there. I'm gonna figure it out this week. And yeah, I would love for you guys to subscribe. You can check out that the final part of our conspiracy series over there, behind that paywall. And I appreciate you guys so much for supporting the show. Truly, every time you guys click, every time you guys comment, every time you guys buy merch on the website, and now every time you guys join us over at the campfire, you truly keep the lights on. I mean, I'm telling you, dude, you keep the fire burning. Deep dive, the Epstein files, what we actually know. Alright, since the Epstein distraction theory is the one that really kicked this whole cycle off, I want to spend some serious time going through the actual documented history of Jeffrey Epstein, what's in the files, and why this particular story has the power it has. Because I think to really understand the theory, you have to understand who Epstein was, and why his file is so uniquely explosive. Who was Jeffrey Epstein, really? Jeffrey Epstein was born in Brooklyn in 1953, dropped out of college, and somehow managed to become one of the most well-connected financial figures in the world by the late 1980s without a conventional career path that explains it. He worked briefly as a math teacher at the Dalton School in New York, a prestigious private school, before being hired by Bear Stearns, a major investment bank, reportedly through a Dalton connection. He rose to the position of partner at Bear Stearns before being asked to leave in 1981 over regulatory issues. Here is where Epstein's story becomes genuinely mysterious. In 1982, he founded his own financial management firm called J. Epstein & Company, which he later renamed the Financial Trust Company. He claimed to manage the money of billionaires, specifically billionaires with assets above $1 billion, which he said was his minimum client threshold. Despite this claim, he had almost no publicly verifiable clients. His only confirmed major client was Les Wexner, the billionaire founder of L Brands, which includes Victoria's Secret. Wexner gave Epstein an extraordinary degree of financial control, power of attorney, control of his accounts, even of his townhouse in Manhattan. How a former math teacher with no conventional financial career built a relationship of that trust and power with a legitimate billionaire is one of the genuine mysteries of Epstein's story. Various theories have been proposed, including that Epstein had some form of hold over Wexner, and that the financial management business was either a front or a secondary operation to some more important primary function. What that primary function might have been is the central question of the Epstein theories. The most widely discussed possibility, and the one that's backed by what we actually know, is that Epstein ran a blackmail and intelligence operation. He collected compromising material on powerful people by facilitating their access to minors and other sexual content. That material was then used to maintain influence over those powerful people, either by him personally or by whoever Epstein was working for or with. The Ghislaine-Maxwell connection. You cannot talk about Epstein without talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. The daughter of the British media mogul and suspected Israeli intelligence asset Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine became Epstein's partner, recruiter, and logistical organizer. She was convicted in December 2021 on federal charges related to sex trafficking and is currently serving a 20-year sentence. Ghislaine Maxwell's background is important for the intelligence theory of Epstein. Her father, Robert Maxwell, was one of the most controversial media figures of the 20th century. A Holocaust survivor from Czechoslovakia who emigrated to Britain, Maxwell built a media empire that included the Daily Mirror. He died in November 1991, falling from his yacht near the Canary Islands in circumstances that were never fully explained. The official verdict was accidental drowning, but multiple intelligence analysts have suggested he was assassinated. Shortly before his death, he had threatened to expose his own alleged intelligence activities. specifically alleged activities on behalf of the Israeli intelligence service Mossad. Seymour Hersh, the legendary investigative journalist who broke the My Lai massacre story, reported in his 1991 book about Israel's nuclear program that Maxwell had been working with Israeli intelligence for years. The specific operation he was allegedly involved in was the distribution of Promise software, a powerful case management database developed by a small American company called Inslaw. The allegation was that the software had been stolen by the U.S. government, modified to include a secret backdoor allowing remote access, and then sold or given to foreign governments through various cutouts, including Maxwell, as an espionage tool. Governments that used the compromised software would unknowingly give their adversaries access to their databases. Whether all of that is true is disputed. But the context: a British-Israeli media magnate with alleged intelligence connections whose daughter became the partner and alleged co-conspirator of a mysterious financier with an inexplicable business model who trafficked young women to the world's most powerful men. That context is hard to just explain away as coincidence. The island, what we know and don't know. Let me talk about Little St. James Island, which became the most iconic location in the Epstein story. Epstein purchased the island, located in the U.S. Virgin Islands in 1998, for roughly $8 million. He subsequently developed it extensively, building a main house, guest buildings, staff facilities, an airstrip, helicopter pad, and the infamous blue and white striped structure that became known as the Temple. The Virgin Islands Attorney General sued Epstein's estate in 2020, alleging that the island was a central location for the trafficking operation. The suit described women and girls being brought to the island under false pretenses, confined, and sexually exploited. Multiple victims have described their experiences on the island. The temple structure has been the subject of enormous speculation. Its appearance, a distinctive blue and white color scheme with what appeared to be a gold dome and columned sides, led many people to describe it as resembling various ancient religious structures or Masonic temples. Epstein's associates described it as a music room or a storage facility, which seems unlikely given its distinctive architectural design. When Hurricane Irma damaged the island in 2017, satellite imagery showed the dome had come off the structure. Subsequent images appeared to show a different interior configuration than the music room description would suggest. None of this has been definitively documented, but it fed the occult and ritualistic theories about what happened on the island. Flight logs. Who actually went there? The most concrete piece of evidence about who was involved with Epstein is the flight logs from his private jets, the Boeing 727 known as the Lolita Express, and various smaller aircraft. These logs, obtained through court proceedings and investigative journalism, document thousands of flights and hundreds of passengers over many years. Among those documented to have flown on Epstein's aircraft, Bill Clinton multiple times, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, Prince Andrew of the British royal family, who later settled a civil lawsuit brought by one of Epstein's victims, Naomi Campbell, Lawrence Summers, former U.S. Treasury Secretary, Alec Baldwin, and many others. Donald Trump is documented in the logs as well, though Trump's team has consistently argued that his appearances predate the alleged trafficking operation and that he cooperated with investigators. The logs do not by themselves prove that everyone who flew on the plane committed any crime. Epstein was a well-connected socialite who hosted legitimate events attended by legitimate people alongside, apparently, the trafficking operation. Distinguishing between the two is exactly the challenge that investigators have faced. But the logs represent a documented list of individuals with documented connections to Epstein. And the theory, the distraction theory, is not necessarily that all of these people committed crimes, but that a sufficient number of them, including people currently in positions of power, are sufficiently compromised by their associations that the release of the complete unredacted files represents a genuine political threat to them. The 2024 document drop. What changed? The large-scale release of Epstein-related documents that happened in late 2023 and throughout 2024 was the result of a court order in connection with the civil lawsuit filed by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell. Giuffre was one of the most prominent Epstein survivors and had alleged specific crimes involving specific named individuals. The released documents included deposition transcripts, emails, texts, and internal documents from Epstein's organization. They named numerous individuals, though many were eventually identified as people who had no involvement in the trafficking. Their names appeared in Epstein's contact database simply because they had interacted with him in legitimate contexts. However, the documents also revealed genuinely new information. They documented, for instance, the degree to which Epstein's operation was not just financially sophisticated, but institutionally connected. The people around him were not peripheral figures. They were at or near the center of American and British establishment power in finance, politics, academia, and media. And then, in February 2026, the NPR bombshell, the DOJ had withheld a specific section related to Trump. Whether that section ultimately proves devastating or proves relatively minor is something we may not know for months or years. But the timing, 4 days before the Iran strikes, is what put it in the center of the distraction theory conversation. The deeper question: who was Epstein working for? Okay, this is the question that is at the heart of every Epstein conspiracy theory. Because here's the thing: Epstein's operation makes most sense if he was not primarily a financier, but primarily an intelligence asset collecting compromising material on powerful people. The financial management business on this theory was a cover story. What he actually did was run what in intelligence community parlance is called a honeypot operation, creating situations where influential people could be compromised and then using that leverage. The question is, for whom? 3 main theories circulate in various corners of the internet and in more serious investigative circles. Theory 1: Mossad. This theory has been advanced by some serious journalists, not just conspiracy theorists. The connection to Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father's alleged Mossad involvement is documented at least at the level of credible allegation, is the central link. On this theory, Epstein was running an intelligence operation on behalf of Israeli intelligence, collecting blackmail material on American and British elites that could be used to advance Israeli interests, keeping the U.S. committed to Israel's security, ensuring favorable arms deals and political relationships, and so on. This theory has been given more attention after the Max Burns and others wrote about it for various publications. Theory 2: American intelligence, specifically the CIA. On this theory, Epstein was a domestic intelligence operation designed by factions within the CIA to collect leverage on domestic and international elites, not for Israeli benefit, but for American deep state benefit. The collected material served as insurance and as a means of controlling powerful individuals. The CIA has a documented history of using sexual entrapment in operations going back to the mid-20th century. Operation Midnight Climax, the infamous MK Ultra sub-project run by George White, involved dosing unsuspecting people with LSD and filming them in compromising sexual situations from one-way mirror-equipped hotel rooms. This is documented history. Theory 3: A private network. On this theory, Epstein was not working for any government intelligence service, but was the operational arm of a private network of ultra-wealthy individuals who wanted a mutual insurance policy on each other and on political figures who could affect their interests. The people who visited the island weren't being surveilled against their will. They were participating in a mutual blackmail scheme that provided all participants with protection from each other. I don't know which of these is true. I genuinely don't. And I don't think anyone outside the actual investigation does. But the reason the Epstein files matter so much, the reason their release creates such political shockwaves, is that the answer to this question is potentially devastating to very powerful people, regardless of which theory is closest to the truth. Deep dive: the petrodollar system, how American financial power actually works. I want to go deeper on the petrodollar theory because I think it's the most intellectually interesting of all the theories we've covered. Not because it's necessarily the most likely to be the primary driver of the Iran war, but because understanding it changes how you see the world. Once you understand how the petrodollar works, a lot of American foreign policy for the last 50 years suddenly makes sense in a way it didn't before. The mechanics of dollar dominance. Let me try to explain this as clearly as I can. The US dollar is the world's primary reserve currency. What does that mean in practice? It means that international trade between, say, Japan and Brazil, or South Korea and Nigeria, or Germany and India, is predominantly conducted in US dollars even when the United States is not involved in the transaction at all. When a Japanese company buys iron ore from an Australian mining company, the transaction is almost certainly denominated in dollars. When a Nigerian oil company sells crude to a Chinese refinery, the payment is almost certainly made in dollars. The dollar is the common language of global commerce, the way English is the common language of global aviation. Everyone uses it because everyone uses it. The network effect is self-reinforcing. Now, why does this benefit the United States? Several ways. First, every foreign central bank, every international corporation, every sovereign wealth fund that wants to hold dollar reserves has to actually buy those dollars. They do this by selling their goods or services to the U.S. market or by purchasing U.S. Treasury bonds. This creates a massive, persistent demand for American currency and American debt. The U.S. government can borrow money at lower interest rates than any other government on Earth because the demand for dollar-denominated assets is structurally guaranteed. It's not purely about creditworthiness, it's about the dollar's reserve status. Second, and this is the part that's really mind-bending, the United States can essentially print dollars and exchange them for real goods and services from the rest of the world. Other countries hold dollars in reserve, they park their national savings in U.S. Treasury bonds. In exchange, the U.S. gets to run persistent trade deficits. We import more than we export. We consume more than we produce. Normally, this would cause your currency to collapse. But with the dollar's reserve status, other countries absorb the excess dollars into their reserves rather than spending them, which prevents the inflationary collapse that would otherwise result. Barry Eichengreen, an economist at Berkeley who has written the definitive history of reserve currencies, has described this as an exorbitant privilege, a term originally coined by French finance minister Valéry Giscard d'Estaing in the 1960s, who was already furious about American economic dominance. Eichengreen calculates that the reserve currency status saves the United States roughly $100 billion per year in interest costs. Others estimate the total benefit is much larger when you account for the trade deficit subsidy as well. The oil connection, why energy is the key. The petrodollar specifically refers to the linkage between oil pricing and dollar denomination that was established in the early 1970s. Before the Nixon shock and the Saudi deal, the dollar's reserve status was backed by the gold standard. After those two events, it was backed by oil. Here's why oil specifically is so important. Oil is the one commodity that every industrialized economy on Earth must have in large quantities, continuously. You can do without gold. You can substitute other metals for industrial purposes, but oil powers the transportation systems that distribute all other goods. It heats homes and businesses. It's the feedstock for plastics, fertilizers, and thousands of other chemicals. An economy without oil stops. And because all oil transactions were denominated in dollars, every oil importing country had to maintain substantial dollar reserves just to keep their economy running. Not as an investment strategy, not as a vote of confidence in American monetary policy, but as a pure operational necessity. You need oil. Oil costs dollars. You need dollars. The strategic genius of the 1974 arrangement was that it tied the dollar not to a limited physical commodity like gold, which could be depleted, substituted, or lost, but to the ongoing daily operational needs of global industrial civilization. As long as industrialized countries need oil, and as long as oil is priced in dollars, the dollar has inherent structural demand. It can never truly collapse because the demand for it is built into the operating system of the global economy. What happens when the system is challenged? The threatening scenarios for the petrodollar system all involve two things happening simultaneously: oil being priced in non-dollar currencies and a credible alternative payment system that allows those transactions to be settled without going through. SWIFT. Oil pricing in non-dollars alone is not the death of the petrodollar, it's a challenge. Russia has been selling oil to India in rupees. Iran has been selling to China in yuan. Venezuela sold to China in yuan. These transactions are happening, but they haven't cascaded into a system-wide shift because there's no reliable non-dollar payment infrastructure at scale. SWIFT still dominates. Most financial institutions still settle in dollars. BRICS Pay represents the first serious attempt to build that alternative infrastructure at scale. Think about who's in BRICS now. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, the original 5. Plus Iran, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Ethiopia, Egypt, and others in the expanded coalition. That's a genuinely large chunk of global economic activity, not a majority, but enough to create a parallel system that could, over time, provide an alternative to the dollar-dominated SWIFT network. The specific threat that Iran posed was not primarily military, though its nuclear program was a legitimate concern. The specific threat was that Iran was the demonstration case for the most important question in international monetary policy. Can a country survive exiting the dollar system and building alternative arrangements with China and Russia? If Iran succeeded, if its economy was stable, if its oil kept flowing, if BRICS Pay provided workable payment infrastructure, then other countries would look at that and think, okay, maybe we can do this too. The United States would not tolerate Iran becoming a proof of concept for dollar exit. That's the economic argument in its strongest form. And it applies regardless of who is president and regardless of what the official justification for military action is. Historical precedent, the 1956 Suez Crisis. Here's a historical parallel that I think is relevant and underappreciated. In 1956, Britain, France, and Israel launched a military operation to seize the Suez Canal after Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized it. The operation was, from a military standpoint, successful. But the United States opposed it, not for humanitarian reasons, but for financial ones. Eisenhower threatened to dump US-held British currency reserves, which would have crashed the British pound. Britain, financially dependent on American goodwill, had to withdraw. The episode demonstrated conclusively that financial power can override military power. Britain had troops in the Sinai. But the United States controlled the financial architecture, and that was the decisive lever. Britain withdrew. The canal stayed Egyptian. What the petrodollar theorists are arguing is essentially the inverse of Suez. The United States uses its military power to protect its financial architecture. When countries threaten the dollar system, the United States uses its military advantage, the advantage that is itself financed by the petrodollar's ability to sustain American debt, to maintain financial dominance. The financial and military power reinforce each other in a cycle that has been running for 50 years. The Saudi Arabia complication. Here's a genuinely interesting wrinkle in this theory that needs to be addressed. Saudi Arabia, the country whose 1974 oil for dollars deal created the petrodollar system, has, in recent years, been making moves that suggest it might be at least partially distancing itself from the arrangement. In 2022 and 2023, Saudi Arabia began discussing selling some of its oil to China in yuan. The Wall Street Journal reported that Saudi officials were actively in talks with China about yuan-denominated oil contracts. Saudi Arabia has been deepening its relationship with China economically and diplomatically. In 2023, Saudi Arabia joined BRICS, which would have been unthinkable even a decade ago. And yet, Saudi Arabia has not been the target of military action. Saudi Arabia is normalizing relations with Israel. Saudi Arabia is being drawn closer into the US-Israel alignment even as it flirts with the BRICS alternative system. How do you explain this? One explanation: the US is managing the Saudi transition carefully, allowing Saudi Arabia to diversify its relationships to some degree while keeping it from fully committing to a non-dollar system. Saudi Arabia is being given a longer leash than Iran, Iraq, or Libya precisely because the consequences of losing Saudi Arabia from the petrodollar system would be catastrophic. Iran is a demonstration. Saudi Arabia is a negotiation. This is actually how a lot of geopolitical coercion works. The countries that are made examples of are the ones that have crossed a certain threshold of defiance, don't have sufficient nuclear deterrence to protect themselves, and don't have strong enough relationships with potential protectors like China or Russia to make intervention too costly. Iran checked all those boxes despite, or perhaps because of, its nuclear ambitions, the debt refinancing angle, deeper analysis. Let me go into more detail on the national debt refinancing angle because I think it's one of the more technically interesting parts of this conspiracy theory cluster. The US government had, going into 2025-2026, roughly $7 to $9 trillion in treasury bonds coming due for rollover. Bonds that were originally issued at the near zero interest rates of 2020-2022 that now needed to be refinanced at the higher prevailing rates. The difference matters enormously. A $7 trillion refinancing at 5% interest costs $350 billion per year. The same refinancing at 4% costs $280 billion per year. That $70 billion difference is larger than the entire U.S. budget for foreign aid and comparable to several major federal programs. Normally, the government would just issue new bonds at whatever the market rate is and absorb the higher cost. But there's been persistent concern that the scale of required issuance would overwhelm normal market demand, that there simply aren't enough buyers for that volume of treasury bonds at reasonable yields unless demand is specifically stimulated. Flight to safety demand from geopolitical panic is one mechanism for stimulating that demand. When the world is afraid, investors pile into U.S. treasuries as the safest available asset. They accept lower yields in exchange for safety. Bond prices rise. Yields fall. The government can refinance cheaply. Now, was this a deliberate strategy? The conspiracy version says yes. The war was in part a mechanism for generating the fear-driven treasury demand needed to manage the refinancing challenge. The conventional version says no. The war happened for its own reasons, and the bond market behavior is just how safe haven flows work mechanically. I lean toward the conventional version being correct in terms of primary causation. I don't think anyone sat in a room and said, let's bomb Iran to lower our borrowing costs. But I do think that the financial establishment, when presented with a military option, is less opposed to pulling the trigger when the financial consequences are beneficial rather than harmful. The alignment of interests matters even when it's not the primary driver. Deep Dive, the Neoconservative Network, and the Project for American Dominance. Okay, I want to take a step back from the specific Iran theories and talk about a broader structural theory that underlies a lot of what we've been discussing. This is the story of the neoconservative movement and the Project for the New American Century, and why understanding it is important for making sense of 20 years of Middle Eastern military intervention. What is neoconservatism? Neoconservatism as a political philosophy started in the 1960s and 1970s as a movement of intellectuals, many of them former left-wing Democrats, who became disillusioned with what they saw as the liberal left's weakness on foreign policy and its hostility to American power. Key figures include Irving Kristol, Norman Podhoretz, and their intellectual circle around publications like Commentary Magazine. The core neoconservative foreign policy idea is that American power, military, economic, and cultural, is fundamentally a force for good in the world, and that the United States should use it proactively to reshape the world in a liberal, democratic direction. They are not isolationists. They believe in intervention. They believe in regime change when necessary, and they are strong supporters of Israel, which they view as a fellow democracy and America's most important ally in a strategically crucial region. In the 1990s, with the Cold War over and the United States at the peak of its relative power, a group of neoconservative intellectuals and policy entrepreneurs founded the Project for the New American Century, known as NAC. The founding statement of NAC was signed in 1997 by, among others, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, Jeb Bush, and Elliott Abrams. All of these individuals would later serve in the George W. Bush administration. The NAC document and its recommendations. NAC published several reports and letters, the most significant of which was a 2000 document titled Rebuilding America's Defenses, Strategy, Forces, and Resources for a New Century. This document, written before the 2000 election and before 9/11, explicitly called for a number of things that would subsequently happen. It called for the United States to maintain its military dominance globally and prevent the rise of any regional challenger. It specifically mentioned Iraq as a target for regime change. Saddam Hussein needed to go not just because of WMDs, but because a transformed democratic Iraq would serve as a model for the region. It emphasized the importance of Israel's security. It called for significant increases in defense spending. And it noted, famously and controversially, that the necessary transformation of American military posture might take a long time absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor. Then 9/11 happened. 1 year later, the United States invaded Afghanistan. 2 years after that, Iraq. The neoconservatives who had signed NAC's founding statement were, by then, the Secretary of Defense, the Vice President, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and key advisors to the President. The document that they had written before coming to power had described almost exactly what subsequently happened. Is this evidence of a conspiracy? Or is it evidence that people who think clearly about geopolitics write down their analysis and recommendations, gain power, and then implement their recommendations? Those two explanations look very different from the inside and almost identical from the outside. The long game, from Iraq to Iran. The NAC plan, if you can call it that, was always broader than just Iraq. Regime change in Iraq was supposed to be the first domino. A democratic Iraq would inspire democratic movements in Iran, Syria, and across the region. The authoritarian governments that had used anti-Americanism and anti-Israel sentiment to maintain their domestic legitimacy would be destabilized from below. Israel would be more secure. American influence would be consolidated. The petrodollar would be protected. Things did not go as planned. The Iraq War turned into a disaster. The democracy that was supposed to bloom in Baghdad turned instead into a sectarian civil war, a power vacuum that Iran filled, and eventually the breeding ground for ISIS. The Arab Spring of 2011 produced not stable democracies, but more chaos, more civil wars, more failed states. But here's the thing about ideological movements with a clear strategic vision. They don't give up when their plans fail. They update their tactics. The vision of a restructured Middle East, friendly to American and Israeli interests and cleansed of hostile regional powers, has been a consistent thread through Republican foreign policy for 30 years, regardless of which specific tactics have been employed. The Iran strikes of 2026 can be read within this framework as the fulfillment of a goal that was articulated in 1997, attempted through sanctions and covert operations throughout the 2000s and 2010s, and finally achieved through direct military action. The people who are now senior advisors to President Trump on Middle East policy, many of them are the same people, or students of the same people, who signed NAC's founding document in 1997. Elliott Abrams, John Bolton, and the continuity of vision. Let me get specific about the personnel continuity because I think it's important. Elliott Abrams, who served in the Reagan administration during Iran-Contra, a scandal in which the U.S. secretly sold weapons to Iran to fund Nicaraguan rebels, was subsequently convicted of lying to Congress, pardoned by Bush Sr., and then brought back into government service by Bush Jr., and later by Trump. His specific area is Middle East policy. He has been a consistent advocate for confronting Iran for 30 years. John Bolton served as National Security Advisor to Trump in his first term before being fired. Bolton has been advocating for military action against Iran's nuclear program since at least 2002. He has published op-eds titled literally "To Stop Iran's Bomb, Bomb Iran." His position is not subtle. Bolton was gone from the Trump administration before the Iran strikes, but his influence on the neoconservative framework that surrounds Republican foreign policy thinking persists. The point I'm making is not that any of these individuals are evil or conspiring. Many of them are deeply sincere in their belief that confronting Iran is necessary for American and global security. The point is that the vision of a decisive confrontation with Iran has been present and persistent in American policy circles for a very long time. The people who hold that vision have been in and out of power multiple times. When they're in power, they advocate for that vision. And sometimes they get the opportunity to act on it. Whether that constitutes a conspiracy or just persistent ideological advocacy is largely a semantic question. The practical effect, a decades-long push toward military confrontation with Iran that has now culminated in direct military action, is the same either way. Deep dive, how intelligence operations actually work, and why it matters for these theories. I want to spend some time talking about how intelligence agencies actually operate, because I think a lot of the conspiracy theories we've covered rest on assumptions about what intelligence agencies do. and don't do that are either too naive or too dramatic. The reality of intelligence work is genuinely stranger and more morally complex than either dismissal or conspiracy theory typically acknowledges. The Covert Action Playbook. The CIA's Directorate of Operations, the clandestine service, has a well-documented history of what are called covert actions, operations designed to influence events in foreign countries without the U.S. government's hand being visible. This history is well documented because enough operations have been declassified, exposed by journalists, or confirmed by participants that we have a reasonable picture of how this world operates. The playbook includes a number of standard tools: political action, funding friendly political parties, candidates, and media outlets in target countries; economic action, sanctions, embargoes, currency manipulation, and denial of credit to hostile governments; propaganda, creating and distributing content designed to shape public opinion in target countries, including in democracies; paramilitary operations, training, equipping, and directing foreign armed groups to fight proxy wars; technical operations, signals intelligence, cyber operations, and surveillance of targets; and human intelligence, recruiting and handling agents inside target organizations. All of these tools have been used against Iran at various points. The CIA orchestrated the 1953 coup that overthrew the democratically elected Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, a man who was considered a threat because he had nationalized the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, what is now BP. The operation, codenamed Ajax by the CIA and Boot by British intelligence, used Iranian agents, paid mobs, and bribed military officers to create the conditions for a coup that restored Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi to full power. This operation is now fully acknowledged and was apologized for by the Obama administration in 2013. The 1953 coup created the conditions for the 1979 revolution by generating decades of resentment against a U.S.-backed authoritarian government. U.S. covert action created the problem that U.S. military action is now supposedly solving. That context matters for understanding why Iranians have historically viewed American involvement in their country with deep suspicion, and why the current conflict carries the historical weight that it does. The Stuxnet precedent, when cyber is almost like magic. In 2010, a sophisticated computer worm called Stuxnet was discovered attacking the control systems of Iran's uranium enrichment centrifuges at the Natanz facility. The worm was specifically designed to cause the centrifuges to spin at destructive speeds while reporting normal operation to the monitoring systems, making the sabotage effectively invisible. Stuxnet was eventually attributed to a joint U.S.-Israeli cyber operation called Operation Olympic Games. It was the first known use of a cyber weapon to cause physical damage to infrastructure, the digital equivalent of a bomb that only destroys one specific type of machine. The New York Times broke the story in detail in 2012, citing anonymous U.S. officials. The Stuxnet revelation is important for our theories because it demonstrates several things. First, that U.S.-Israeli cooperation on covert operations against Iran's nuclear program has been real and sophisticated for at least 2 decades. Second, that these operations can be extraordinarily technically advanced in ways that sound like science fiction until they're confirmed. Before Stuxnet was revealed, a sophisticated cyber weapon that could physically destroy industrial equipment from the inside while masking its activities would have sounded exactly like a conspiracy theory. Third, and most relevant to the dental implant theory, it demonstrates that the U.S. and Israeli intelligence apparatus has been thinking creatively and technically about how to monitor, infiltrate, and sabotage Iran's nuclear program using methods that don't involve direct military action. If they built Stuxnet, why wouldn't they be thinking about tracking chips in dental work? The question is whether the imagination was matched by operational execution. The Soleimani assassination, the precedent that matters most. The January 2020 killing of Qasem Soleimani by a U.S. drone strike at Baghdad International Airport is the most direct precedent for the theories about how Khamenei was found and killed. Soleimani was the commander of the Quds Force, the overseas operations unit of the Iraqi, and arguably the most powerful military figure in Iran. He was also extraordinarily security conscious and had survived multiple previous assassination attempts. The intelligence that enabled the Soleimani strike was apparently an extraordinary achievement. The U.S. knew where he would be, when he would be there, and was able to conduct the strike in the territory of a third country, Iraq, with enough precision to hit a specific vehicle in an airport. Subsequent reporting suggested that the Soleimani intelligence came from a combination of sources: electronic surveillance of his communications, cooperation from Iraqi intelligence assets who were either bribed or ideologically aligned with the U.S., and possibly agents within the IRGC zone. Organization. The operation required months or years of patient intelligence collection and the coordination of multiple agencies and countries. The killing of Khamenei is, in intelligence terms, a much harder target than Soleimani. Khamenei was more aware, more protected, and had more resources devoted to his personal security. But the methodological template, patient collection of pattern of life intelligence combined with some form of real-time location data, almost certainly applies. The dental implant theory is one specific mechanism for that real-time location data. Human assets, electronic surveillance, or other technical means are others. Which specific mechanism was used is the one thing we genuinely don't know. SIGINT, HUMINT, and the gap between them. Signals intelligence, SIGINT, is what the NSA does, intercepting electronic communications and extracting useful intelligence from them. Human intelligence, HUMINT, is what the CIA primarily does, recruiting and running human sources inside target organizations. Both have limitations when dealing with a target as security conscious as Khamenei. SIGINT requires that the target uses electronic communications that can be intercepted. Khamenei reportedly did not use conventional telecommunications. He communicated through encrypted systems, physical couriers, and face-to-face meetings. This significantly limits what SIGINT can provide in real time, though it can provide historical pattern analysis. HUMINT requires that you have an agent with genuine access to the target. Recruiting such an agent inside the Supreme Leader's inner circle would be extraordinarily difficult. These people are themselves subject to intense counterintelligence scrutiny, but it's not impossible, and history shows that even the most carefully protected targets can be penetrated. A 2011 CIA drone strike in Pakistan killed 16-year-old Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, an American citizen whose father had already been killed. The precision of these strikes in remote areas suggests extraordinary intelligence capability. The dental implant theory is essentially a human scenario with a technical twist. You have a human asset, the dentist or medical professional, who plants a technical device. It combines the access of a human agent with the precision of electronic tracking. It's creative. Whether it's what actually happened is the question. Deep dive, the occult, elite trafficking networks, and the ritual theory. I want to spend more time on the Ball-Epstein connection because I think it's one of the places where the conspiracy theories about Iran intersect with a broader set of claims about elite occult practices that have been circulating for decades, and that I think deserve a more careful treatment than they usually get, both from believers who take every claim at face value and from skeptics who dismiss the whole thing. The history of elite occult accusations. Accusations of secret occult practices among powerful elites are among the oldest conspiracy theories in human history. The original blood libel accusations against Jews in medieval Europe, entirely false and deeply evil, accused Jewish communities of using Christian children's blood in rituals. These accusations were propaganda designed to justify persecution. More recent versions of these accusations have targeted various groups. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, there were widespread conspiracy theories about Freemasonry involving secret rituals and global control. Some of these theories were anti-Semitic. Some targeted Freemasonry more directly. The actual content of Masonic rituals, when studied by researchers who have had access to them, turns out to be symbolically rich but not literally sinister. Theatrical initiation ceremonies involving allegory about building Solomon's temple, with symbolism drawn from stonemason craft guilds. In the 1980s, there was a massive wave of satanic panic in the United States involving alleged ritual abuse of children in daycare centers, preschools, and by satanic cults. The McMartin preschool case in California was the most prominent, a multi-year legal nightmare that ultimately resulted in no convictions after it became clear that children had been led to make allegations by therapists using suggestive questioning techniques. The satanic panic of the 1980s was largely, though not entirely, a mass hysteria event driven by moral entrepreneurs, suggestible children, and credulous adults. The reason this history matters is that it should make us both careful and not dismissive. Careful because false accusations of ritual abuse have caused enormous harm to innocent people. The history of this type of accusation is deeply problematic. We should apply rigorous evidentiary standards and not accept claims without genuine corroboration. Not dismissive because the history of false accusations in this area does not mean all such accusations are false. Jeffrey Epstein was real. The trafficking network was real. The victimization of real children and young women was real and has been documented by courts. The question of whether there was additionally a ritual or occult component is a separate question from whether the trafficking itself occurred, what the Epstein victims have actually said. Let me be careful here to distinguish between what has been substantiated by victim testimony in legal proceedings versus what circulates as claims in online conspiracy communities. What has been substantiated, multiple women in sworn testimony and court filings have described being trafficked to various powerful men. They have described a sophisticated operation run by Epstein and Maxwell that targeted young women, often from economically vulnerable backgrounds, recruited them through false promises of modeling opportunities or educational advancement, and then exploited them sexually, sometimes trafficking them to high-profile men. What is alleged but unverified claims about specifically ritual or occult activities on the island. Various online accounts claim that survivors have described ritual elements to the activities that occurred there. Ceremonies, specific symbolism, invocations of supernatural entities. I have not been able to verify these claims against sworn legal testimony. The most detailed allegations of this type circulate primarily in online conspiracy communities rather than in court documents. The absence of such claims in legal testimony doesn't mean they didn't happen. Trauma survivors may not disclose everything to law enforcement, particularly elements of their abuse that they might expect not to be believed. The documented trafficking and abuse is horrifying enough that the absence of explicit ritual claims in legal proceedings is not definitive. The Bohemian Grove, a real example of elite ritual. Here is a genuinely documented example of elite occult-adjacent ritual that I think is worth knowing about. The Bohemian Grove. The Bohemian Grove is a private campground in Monte Rio, California, owned by a private men's club called the Bohemian Club. Every July, the club hosts a 2-week encampment attended by some of the most powerful men in American life: presidents, cabinet members, corporate CEOs, media executives, academics. The attendee list over the decades has included Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, Gerald Ford, both Bushes, Dick Cheney, Henry Kissinger, Colin Powell, and many others. The encampment includes theatrical performances, musical events, and at the opening ceremony, a ritual called the Cremation of Care. In the Cremation of Care, a giant effigy, an effigy of dull care representing the burdens and worries of the outside world, is burned in front of a 40-foot concrete owl called Moloch, or the Great Owl of Bohemia, in a ceremony involving robed figures and theatrical fire and incantation. This is documented. It is not conspiracy theory. The ceremony has been witnessed and filmed, most notably by Alex Jones, who infiltrated the Grove in 2000 and filmed it. The ceremony itself, when you watch it, is theatrical rather than literally sinister. It's a theatrical performance, not an actual religious invocation. But the symbolism is genuinely strange. Powerful men in robes burning effigies in front of a giant owl statue is not the most normal thing you've ever heard. The Moloch connection is particularly interesting in the context of the Baal burning in Iran. Moloch is another ancient deity associated with child sacrifice in the Hebrew Bible, related to but distinct from Baal. In Leviticus and 2 Kings, Israel is condemned for passing children through the fire to Moloch. The image of powerful Western elites conducting a ritual burning in front of a giant owl they call Moloch, while Iran's demonstrators burn a Baal effigy they associate with the West. The symbolic resonance is striking, whatever the actual religious or metaphysical significance is. The symbolism layer, why these images have power. I want to make an observation that I think is important and that gets lost in both the believing and dismissing camps. Even if you believe that the Bohemian Grove ceremony is completely innocent theater, and even if you believe that no actual satanic or occult practices happened on Epstein's island, the symbolism still matters politically and sociologically. Here's why. The most powerful people in the world are actually meeting in a forest in California and conducting a theatrical ritual involving fire and a giant owl. They are actually photographed at Epstein's Island. They are actually on the flight logs. Even if we stipulate that everything happening there was legal and innocent, the image is one of a closed elite with its own rituals, its own gathering spaces, its own networks of mutual obligation, inaccessible to the public. And that image, the image of a powerful elite that has closed off a portion of its life from public view, that conducts its most important conversations away from public scrutiny, that has social spaces and rituals that ordinary people will never enter. That is a real political fact, regardless of what specifically happens in those spaces. The conspiracy theories about Baal worship and Epstein's Island are, at their best, attempts to understand the nature of elite closure. They're asking, what are these people actually doing when they're not performing for the cameras? The specific answers they provide may be wrong, but the question itself is legitimate, and the fact that those spaces are deliberately opaque makes definitive answers in either direction genuinely difficult. Deep dive. Understanding Iran. Who were we actually fighting? I want to spend some time actually talking about Iran as a country, culture, and civilization, because I think understanding what Iran is helps you understand why these particular conspiracy theories have the emotional resonance they do, and also helps you think about what the aftermath looks like. 5,000 years of history condensed. Iran is one of the world's oldest civilizations. The Iranian plateau has been continuously inhabited for roughly 5,000 years, and the major civilizations that emerged there, Elam, Media, Achaemenid Persia, Parthia, Sassanid Persia, were among the most significant political entities in the ancient world. The Achaemenid Persian Empire, founded by Cyrus the Great around 550 BC, was the largest empire the world had seen up to that point. At its height, it stretched from Greece in the west to the Indus River in the east. More relevant to our discussion, Cyrus the Great is the only non-Jewish figure in the Hebrew Bible to be referred to as Mashiach, Messiah, or Anointed One. His freeing of the Jewish people from Babylonian captivity and his permission for them to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple is commemorated in the books of Ezra and Isaiah. The relationship between Persia and the Jewish people in antiquity was complex and not simply adversarial. Islam arrived in Iran in the 7th century CE through the Arab conquest. Iran converted to Islam but maintained its distinct cultural and linguistic identity. It is the only major predominantly Shia Muslim country in the world. About 90–95% of Iranians identify as Shia, which distinguishes them from the Sunni majority of the Arab world. This Shia-Sunni divide is central to understanding Middle Eastern geopolitics. The 1979 Revolution, a genuine mass movement. The 1979 Iranian Revolution is often described in American political discourse in ways that flatten its complexity. It was not simply a theocratic coup. It was a genuinely mass popular uprising involving millions of Iranians from across the political spectrum. Leftists, liberals, nationalists, and Islamists, united by their opposition to the Shah's authoritarian government and its American backing. The Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, had been placed on the throne with American and British assistance in the 1953 coup. His rule was characterized by rapid modernization and westernization on the surface, but underpinned by the brutal suppression of political opposition through Savak, the feared secret police. Thousands of political prisoners were tortured and killed. The U.S., which prized Iran as a strategic ally and oil supplier, turned a blind eye. When the revolution came, it was not Ayatollah Khomeini who organized it initially. It was labor unions, student groups, intellectuals, liberals, and nationalists who brought the regime down. Khomeini, who had been in exile since 1964, was one voice among many in the opposition. But he was the most charismatic, the most organizationally effective, and the most willing to seize power. Once the Shah fell, Khomeini moved quickly to consolidate Islamist control, eliminating leftist and liberal allies who had helped make the revolution possible. The hostage crisis, in which 52 American diplomats were held for 444 days starting in November 1979, was simultaneously a genuine diplomatic crisis and a domestic Iranian political maneuver by the revolutionary faction to consolidate power against moderates who wanted a negotiated resolution. The crisis served Khomeini's purposes domestically, even as it damaged Iran internationally. The Iran-Iraq War. The formative trauma. The Iran-Iraq War of 1980-1988 is the event that shaped modern Iran's military and political culture more than any other, and it's almost entirely absent from American public discourse about the current conflict. Understanding it is essential. In September 1980, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, with encouragement and support from the United States, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other Gulf states, invaded Iran. The invasion was intended to take advantage of the chaos of the revolution and seize the oil-rich Khuzestan region. Instead, it triggered 8 years of brutal warfare that killed between 500,000 and 1 million people. The bloodiest conventional war since Korea. The United States supported Iraq throughout most of the war, providing intelligence, economic aid, and looking the other way when Saddam Hussein used chemical weapons against Iranian forces and against Iraq's own Kurdish population. This history, American support for the regime that attacked Iran with chemical weapons, is central to why Iran views the United States as a fundamental threat rather than a potential partner. The war also created the IRQ, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as the dominant military and political force in Iran. The IRQ was established as a force loyal to the revolution rather than to the state, independent of the regular Iranian military. It grew during the war into a massive and effective fighting force, and in the decades since has expanded into the dominant player in Iranian politics, economics, and foreign policy. The Green Revolution of 2009. The road not taken. In 2009, following a disputed presidential election in which Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was declared the winner over the reform candidate Mir Hossein Mousavi, millions of Iranians took to the streets in what became known as the Green Movement. The protests were the largest civil unrest in Iran since the 1979 revolution and represented a genuine possibility of political transformation. The Obama administration, despite its stated support for democracy and human rights, was notably restrained in its public support for the Green Movement. The reason was strategic. Obama was pursuing a diplomatic engagement with Iran over its nuclear program and did not want to jeopardize those negotiations by appearing to be attempting regime change. It is one of the great counterfactual questions of recent history. Would stronger American support for the Green Movement have led to a genuine political transformation in Iran? Or would such support have only discredited the movement as a Western project and strengthened the government's hand? What actually happened is that the government crushed the protests. Thousands were arrested. Dozens were killed. Mousavi and other Green Movement leaders were placed under house arrest, where they remained for years. The suppression hardened the IRGC's grip on power and set the stage for the increasingly aggressive regional posture that characterized Iran's policy in the 2010s and 2020s. The nuclear program. What was actually going on? Iran's nuclear program has been the official justification for American and Israeli hostility for more than 2 decades. Let me try to give you an honest picture of what we actually know about it. Iran has had a nuclear program since the 1950s, when the Shah signed a nuclear cooperation agreement with the United States under Eisenhower's Atoms for Peace initiative. The program was oriented towards civilian nuclear power at that point, with American assistance. After the revolution, the program continued, now with a secretive military dimension. Iran has always maintained that its nuclear program is purely civilian, for power generation and medical isotope production. American, Israeli, and European intelligence agencies have consistently assessed that Iran was pursuing a dual-use program with a possible weapons dimension. The 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran nuclear deal negotiated by Obama, was designed to constrain Iran's enrichment capacity in exchange for sanctions relief. Independent verification by the IAEA confirmed that Iran was in compliance with the deal. Then Trump withdrew from the deal in 2018, reimposed sanctions, and Iran began escalating its enrichment again, eventually enriching uranium to 60% purity, significantly beyond the 3-5% needed for civilian purposes and moving toward the 90+ weapons grade level. By 2026, the US and Israel assessed that Iran was weeks to months away from having enough highly enriched uranium for multiple weapons. Whether they had the other technical components, the bomb design, the delivery system, the testing infrastructure, is less clear. Most analysts believed that actually deploying an Iranian nuclear weapon was at least 2 to 3 years away, even if enrichment had achieved weapons grade levels. But the enrichment threshold was the declared red line. Here's the uncomfortable truth about the nuclear justification. Iran having nuclear weapons would be a serious problem, but it would not be uniquely unprecedented. Pakistan has nuclear weapons, is deeply unstable, and has historically harbored terrorists. North Korea has nuclear weapons and is governed by one of the most repressive regimes on Earth. Neither country has been subjected to the kind of military action that was just taken against Iran. The question of why Iran specifically triggers a military response when other nuclear states are managed through deterrence is one that doesn't have a clean answer. The information war, how these theories spread, and why it matters. I want to dedicate some time to talking about the information environment itself, because the way that conspiracy theories about the Iran war have spread is as interesting as the content of the theories themselves. And I think understanding how information moves in 2026 is essential to evaluating any of the claims we've been discussing. The collapse of epistemic authority. We are living through a period of profound epistemic instability. The institutions that traditionally provided authoritative accounts of reality, newspapers of record, television news networks, academic research, government statements, have all lost significant credibility with significant portions of the population. This is not exclusively or even primarily a right-wing phenomenon, though it's often characterized that way. Distrust of institutional authority spans the political spectrum. The reasons for this are complicated. Some of it is the institution's own failures. The Iraq WMD fiasco destroyed the credibility of intelligence agencies and the mainstream media that amplified their claims. The 2008 financial crisis destroyed the credibility of financial regulators and economists who claimed that modern financial systems were stable. The COVID pandemic involved genuine confusion, changing guidance, and cases where public health authorities communicated in ways that were less than fully transparent, damaging trust further. Some of it is deliberate manipulation. State actors, Russia most prominently, but also China, Iran, and the US itself, have invested heavily in information operations designed to fracture public trust in institutional narratives. The Russian Internet Research Agency's operations, the Chinese 50-cent army of paid internet commenters, these are documented programs to introduce noise and doubt into democratic information environments, and some of it is just the natural consequence of information abundance. When there were 3 television networks and a handful of major newspapers, the number of authoritative information sources was small. People could not easily fact-check institutional narratives because the information wasn't available. Now, with the internet providing access to primary documents, leaked files, independent journalists, and global perspectives, institutional narratives that depend on information asymmetry can be challenged more easily. That's good in some ways and chaotic in others. How X, Reddit, and TikTok shape conspiracy spread. Let me get specific about how the conspiracy theories we've discussed actually spread through the current social media ecosystem, because the mechanics matter. Twitter, now X, remains the fastest information network on the planet for breaking events. Its real-time character and its culture of sharing and quote tweeting means that a claim, true or false, can reach millions of people within hours of being posted by anyone with a significant following. The democratization of publishing is complete on X. A journalist with 500,000 followers and a random person with good political timing and 50,000 followers have roughly similar potential reach on a viral topic. The Epstein timeline theory, the 4-day timeline from NPR to Iran strikes, crystallized on X before it appeared anywhere else. Someone created the timeline, posted it, it was quote tweeted by accounts with large followings, and within hours, it was the dominant frame through which many people were understanding the strikes. The timeline itself is factually accurate. The interpretation placed on it, that the timing is causal rather than coincidental, is the contested part. But by the time the interpretation is being questioned, the framing has already set. Reddit's conspiracy subreddit and political subreddits are where more developed versions of theories get worked out. Reddit's upvote system means that the most compelling versions of arguments, the versions with the most evidence, the best narrative, the most emotional resonance, rise to the top. This is actually a reasonable epistemic mechanism in some ways. It's crowdsourced argument quality evaluation. But it also means that theories that are compelling but wrong can achieve massive visibility. TikTok's algorithm is particularly interesting for conspiracy spread, because it optimizes so effectively for emotional engagement that it will surface emotionally powerful content to users regardless of whether those users have ever expressed interest in that content before. This creates rapid cross-demographic spread. A conspiracy theory that originates in a specific political community on X or Reddit can reach a completely different demographic on TikTok because the emotional content, surprise, outrage, fear, excitement about hidden knowledge is universally engaging. The viral clip problem. The Bale burning theory is a perfect example of what I'd call the viral clip problem. A video emerges showing large effigies being burned in Iran. The video is real. The events it documents actually happened. But the video is extracted from context and given a narrative framing. These are satanic statues. They're being burned in connection with the Epstein files. This is Iran declaring spiritual war on Western elite pedophiles. Most people who share the video and the framing have not verified who organized these burnings, whether they were government-directed or spontaneous, whether Baal was the intended symbolism or a Western interpretation of Iranian political symbology, whether the timing relative to the Epstein files was deliberate or coincidental. They've watched a 30-second clip with a compelling caption and they've shared it. The sharing is a social act. It signals membership in a community, alignment with a worldview, access to information that others might not have. The epistemics are almost beside the point in the moment of sharing. And once enough people have shared a piece of content with a particular framing, that framing becomes a data point in the conspiracy theory even if the underlying evidence is thin. Millions of people are saying this becomes evidence for the theory itself. Social consensus substitutes for evidentiary basis. The role of anonymous accounts. A significant portion of the most inflammatory claims in the Iran war conspiracy ecosystem came from anonymous accounts on X and Reddit. Some of these accounts have large followings. Some post consistently enough that they have built reputations as reliable leakers or insider sources. None of their identities can be verified. None of their claims can be traced to identifiable sources. The intelligence community, and I say this based on documented history, not speculation, has a history of using anonymous online accounts to spread narratives they want in the public sphere. Operations like Operation Mockingbird in the Cold War era involved the CIA placing stories in mainstream media outlets through journalist assets. The modern version almost certainly includes cultivating or operating social media accounts that can introduce narratives into public consciousness without obvious attribution. This means that some of the anonymous accounts spreading Iran war conspiracy theories might be organic, concerned citizens with genuine inside knowledge. Some might be grifters building social media followings through inflammatory content. And some might be intelligence community accounts engaged in an information operation, either to spread the conspiracy theory or to discredit it. Distinguishing between these possibilities is, in most cases, practically impossible for an outside observer. This epistemic uncertainty doesn't mean you throw up your hands and believe nothing. It means you weight evidence by verifiability. Official documents, named sources, verified video, financial data, market prices, these have higher evidentiary value than anonymous online claims regardless of how many people share them. It means you look for corroboration across independent sources. It means you notice when claims that favor a specific actor's interests are spread aggressively and ask who benefits from that spread. What comes next? The post-Khamenei Middle East. Alright, we've spent a lot of time on the theories surrounding why and how the Iran war happened. I want to spend some time on what comes next, because the aftermath of this conflict is itself the context in which future conspiracy theories will develop. And I think understanding the range of possibilities helps you evaluate which theories about current events have staying power, and which are likely to fade. The power vacuum problem. Khamenei has been supreme leader since 1989. He's been the central organizing principle of the Iranian political system for 37 years. His death, in a system that is built around the concept of velayat e-faqih, the guardianship of the Islamic jurist, creates a genuine constitutional and political crisis. The Assembly of Experts is constitutionally responsible for selecting a new supreme leader. But the Assembly of Experts itself is packed with Khamenei loyalists who were elected under his oversight. And the IRK, which is the actual military power in the country, has its own interests that may or may not align with what the Assembly of Experts wants to do. What we've seen historically in the aftermath of U.S. military decapitation of enemy governments, Saddam Hussein in Iraq, Gaddafi in Libya, the Taliban in Afghanistan, is that removing the head of state does not automatically produce the political transformation the intervening power hopes for. It often produces a power vacuum that is filled by whoever is most willing to use violence, which is frequently not the moderate democratic forces that Western governments prefer. In Iran's case, the IRG is the most organizationally coherent and militarily capable force in the country. If the formal political structures collapse or are captured by IRGic factions, you could end up with an Iran that is more militarized, less diplomatically constrained, and more focused on revenge than the theocratic government it replaced. This is a real risk that I don't think is being adequately discussed in mainstream coverage. The nuclear question after the strikes. If the strikes successfully destroyed Iran's nuclear infrastructure, and initial reports suggest significant damage to key facilities, what are the actual strategic outcomes? In the short term, Iran's nuclear program has been significantly degraded. The specific timeline to weapons-grade enrichment has been pushed back, perhaps by several years if the most sensitive facilities were destroyed. This achieves the stated military objective. In the medium term, any Iranian government that emerges from this crisis, whether it's a successor Islamic Republic, a military junta, or something more chaotic, will face enormous pressure from Iranian society and from the IRG to rebuild the nuclear program, and to do so more quickly and more secretly than before, and to achieve actual nuclear deterrence to prevent this from ever happening again. The lesson that North Korea demonstrably learned, that nuclear weapons provide deterrence that prevents exactly this type of attack, is one that every Iranian political faction has now been given a very vivid reinforcement of. In other words, the strikes may have destroyed Iran's nuclear program in the short term, while ensuring that whoever governs Iran next will be even more motivated to acquire nuclear weapons than Khamenei was. If that logic is correct, then the long-term consequences of the strikes include a more determined, more covert, more urgently motivated Iranian nuclear program. This is the same pattern that was observed when Israel bombed Iraq's Osirak nuclear reactor in 1981. It delayed, but did not prevent Iraq's nuclear ambitions, and arguably hardened Saddam Hussein's determination to eventually acquire nuclear weapons. The regional realignment. The Iran war does not happen in a vacuum. It occurs within a regional dynamic that has been shifting for several years. The Abraham Accords, the 2020 normalization agreements between Israel and the UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco, represented a significant realignment. Gulf Arab states, long publicly hostile to Israel, began building overt diplomatic and economic relationships. Saudi Arabia was reportedly moving toward its own normalization deal with Israel before the Gaza war complicated things significantly in October 2023. The Gaza war of 2023-2024 severely damaged Israel's international reputation and created domestic political pressures within Arab states that made open normalization with Israel much harder. The Houthi missile campaign from Yemen, backed by Iran, created genuine security challenges for Gulf shipping. Hezbollah's degradation in 2024 shifted the balance of power in Lebanon. Now, with Iran's central government in chaos and its military significantly degraded, the regional dynamic shifts again. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and other Gulf states face a choice. Do they fill the power vacuum in Iran, potentially supporting a moderate successor government? Do they stand back and let the chaos play out? Do they maintain their distance from an operation that, regardless of its strategic justifications, killed large numbers of Iranian civilians? These are the questions that will determine what the Middle East looks like in 5 to 10 years. And the answers to those questions will determine which of the conspiracy theories we discussed today turn out to have been describing something real, and which turn out to have been chasing ghosts. China's calculation. China has enormous stakes in what happens next. Iran has been a significant oil supplier to China, and a strategic partner in China's effort to build alternatives to the US-dominated international financial and energy systems. The Iranian strikes demonstrate American willingness to take dramatic unilateral military action in ways that complicate Chinese strategic calculations. China's immediate concern is whether the chaos in Iran disrupts oil supplies. China has been building strategic petroleum reserves and diversifying its energy sources precisely to reduce vulnerability to exactly this kind of disruption. But a prolonged period of instability in Iran, which produces roughly 4 million barrels of oil per day even under sanctions, would have meaningful effects on global oil markets and therefore on China's economy. China's longer-term concern is whether the Iran strikes represent a template that the United States is willing to apply more broadly, specifically to countries that are building alternatives to the dollar-based international financial system. If bombing Iran is partly about protecting the petrodollar, as the theory we discussed argues, that is a message directed at China as much as it is at Iran. China is the most significant force behind dollar alternative systems. China is the primary architect of BRICS pay. China has been the most consequential driver of de-dollarization globally. The message the Iran strikes send to Beijing is, we are willing to use military force to protect the dollar system. How does China respond to that message? Does it accelerate its efforts to build alternatives, knowing that the window may be narrowing if the US is willing to use force? Does it become more cautious, backing away from confrontational positions, knowing that the US is in a hawkish phase? Does it conclude that nuclear deterrence, which it has in abundance, provides sufficient protection and maintain its current course? These questions don't have obvious answers, but they will shape the next decade of geopolitics more than almost anything else that's happening right now. Why conspiracy theories are neither all wrong nor all right. The word conspiracy gets used in two very different ways in American discourse. In one sense, it means a coordinated secret plan by a group of people to achieve some goal at others' expense. In this narrow sense, conspiracies are actually extremely common. People coordinate in secret all the time to achieve goals that benefit themselves and harm others. Corporate executives collude on pricing. Politicians coordinate to suppress votes. Intelligence agencies run secret operations. The Catholic Church covered up abuse. Drug cartels coordinate distribution networks. These are all conspiracies in the basic sense, coordinated secret plans, and they happen constantly. The second sense of conspiracy theory is the pejorative one, an unfalsifiable, often paranoid narrative that attributes all events to a coordinated secret elite. This type of conspiracy theorizing is problematic because it's unfalsifiable. Any evidence against the theory can be incorporated into the theory as evidence of the conspiracy's power to suppress the truth. This is epistemically dangerous because it forecloses the possibility of being wrong. The challenge, and it's a genuine intellectual challenge, is distinguishing between these two uses. Real conspiracies exist and are important to understand. Unfalsifiable conspiracy theories are epistemically problematic regardless of their content. Most of the theories we've covered fall somewhere in the middle. They're responding to real things, they're not obviously unfalsifiable, they have varying levels of evidentiary support, and they deserve to be engaged rather than dismissed. The importance of epistemic humility. One thing that has struck me while going through all these theories is how much we genuinely don't know. We still don't know who Epstein was really working for. We don't have clarity on how intelligence about Khamenei's location was gathered. We're still unsure whether the petrodollar played a significant role in the timing of the Iran strikes, or if it was simply a mechanical consequence. The contents of the withheld Epstein documents remain a mystery, and what exactly transpired on Little St. James Island is still unknown. That uncertainty is real, and it matters. The temptation when faced with genuine uncertainty is to fill that space with a confident narrative, whether it's the official narrative or a conspiracy theory. Both of these approaches make the same error, treating uncertainty as if it were certainty. In many cases, the honest position is simply, I don't know, followed by, here are the possibilities and the evidence for each. This answer may not be as satisfying as a clean conclusion, but it is more accurate. In a world where powerful actors systematically try to manipulate our beliefs through both the official narratives and disruptive conspiracy theories, maintaining genuine uncertainty and demanding real evidence is a form of intellectual resistance. My mom was right about some things. As I mentioned earlier, I was raised by a conspiracy theorist. My mother has always been deeply immersed in these ideas. Whenever something major happened, she would always say, think about what's really going on. Who benefits from this? Where are the real players moving, and what is the hidden symbolism behind it all? I've spent this entire episode applying that framework, her framework really, to the Iran war. And here's what I've concluded. She was right about the importance of asking those questions. The official narrative that Iran was on the verge of obtaining nuclear weapons, that we stopped them, and that the good guys won is far too simplistic. The real world is not that simple. It involves the petrodollar, the Epstein files, decades of neoconservative strategy, Israeli interests, the BRICS challenge to dollar dominance, and many other complex entanglements. These are the very things that the conspiracy theories are trying, albeit imperfectly, to map out. However, she wasn't always right about the specifics. The Stargate project wasn't real. Uri Geller didn't bend any centrifuges. The biblical prophecy angle, while emotionally compelling for millions, does not provide a strategic explanation for military action. Some theories are certainly more credible than others, and distinguishing the better ones from the worse ones requires careful, evidence-based analysis. Exactly what we've been trying to do here. The world is complicated, and power often operates in ways that are hidden from the public. Official narratives are often incomplete. Sometimes, a conspiracy theory comes closer to the truth than the official press release, but not always. The real skill here, and it's a skill that requires practice, is knowing the difference. Thank you for engaging with the ideas. This has been one of the longest and most in-depth episodes we've ever done. We've covered a range of conspiracy theories in great detail, and I hope that by the end of it you have a deeper understanding, more questions, and better tools for thinking critically about what's happening in the world. The fact that you've stayed with me through this, that you're willing to engage with uncomfortable possibilities, and that you care enough to invest your time in this kind of deep inquiry, it means something. In a world where it's so easy to just consume whatever the algorithm or official sources serve up to you, choosing to dig deeper is an act of intellectual courage, even if that digging leads to uncomfortable places or if it leaves us without clear conclusions. I want to do more deep dives like this one, asking hard questions and exploring the issues that mainstream sources won't touch. For those theories more far-reaching, those that would definitely get me into trouble for discussing them openly, I'll be delving into those separately. In the meantime, I'll continue exploring related subjects. If you're interested in the threads of these deeper topics, take a look at the analyses that dive into religious beliefs and historical events. There's also a focus on current events, where we analyze and discuss what's happening in real time, without the filter of mainstream coverage. Quick reference: the 10 theories at a glance. Theory 1, the Epstein distraction. Core claim: the Iran strikes were launched to distract from the Epstein documents that implicated Trump. Timeline: NPR reports DOJ withheld Trump-related Epstein documents on Feb 24. Bombs fall Feb 28. Evidence 4. Tight timeline: Trump's Messiah framing in his speech. Cross-partisan belief, including both Kathy Griffin and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Evidence against: war was probably going to happen regardless. The Iran nuclear threat was real and building. Theory 2. The petrodollar. Core claim: the war was about defending the dollar-based global financial system, specifically punishing Iran's move away from dollar-denominated oil trade and warning BRICS nations. Evidence 4. Dollar surged 1% after strikes, oil spiked 13%. 4 consecutive countries that challenged the petrodollar subsequently experienced U.S. military action. Evidence against: the U.S. has multiple reasons to confront Iran. Correlation is not causation. Theory 3. The Iranian Stargate. Core claim: Western powers invade the Middle East to control ancient interdimensional portal technology. Evidence 4. U.S. military did protect certain archaeological sites selectively in Iraq. Evidence against: no actual evidence of portals. Mesopotamian importance is explained by oil, religion, and geography. Theory 4. Burning of Baal. Core claim: Iran's burning of Baal effigies was a statement connecting to Epstein and Western elite occult practices. Evidence 4. Burnings actually happened, unprecedented at anniversary events, timing with Epstein news. Evidence against: Baal symbolism more simply explained as Iran's long-standing America as Great Satan framing. Theory 5. Psychic warfare. Core claim: Uri Geller and Israeli psychics contributed to the strikes through supernatural means. Evidence 4. Project Stargate was a real $20 CIA program. Geller's participation in it was real. CIA's own assessment was positive. Evidence against. Psychic abilities haven't been operationally validated. Theory 6. Dental implant trackers. Core claim. Khamenei was located and killed because intelligence assets embedded tracking devices in the dental work of ear-geek leadership. Evidence 4. ARFID chips at dental scale exist. Bin Laden was paranoid about exactly this. Intelligence agencies have the technical capability. Evidence against. Difficult to execute operationally. Why reveal it? More likely, a conventional intelligence operation. Theory 7. The Greater Israel Project. Operation. Theory 7. The Greater Israel Project. Core claim. The war is the culmination of a decades-long strategic plan to reshape the Middle East, eliminate threats to Israel, and establish regional hegemony. Evidence 4. Yinan Plan 1982 and Clean Break Document 1996 are real. Authors of these documents served in U.S. administrations. Their predictions have largely come true. Evidence against. May be emergent geopolitics rather than coordinated conspiracy. Theory 8. China-Taiwan distraction. Core claim. The Iran war is creating a military resource gap that either tests Chinese intentions about Taiwan or provides Beijing a window to act. Evidence 4. U.S. carrier groups are committed to the Persian Gulf. China has been more aggressive in the South China Sea. Evidence against. The U.S. retains significant Pacific capacity. Nuclear deterrence complicates any China-Taiwan scenario. Theory 9. The Deep State Anti-Trump Theory. Core claim. Trump was maneuvered into a war by deep state neoconservatives who knew his psychological triggers and wanted him entangled in a conflict that would either help or destroy him. Evidence 4. Historical pattern of presidential manipulation by intelligence, military apparatus. Trump explicitly voted in on anti-war platform. Evidence against. Trump's own history suggests genuine enthusiasm for dramatic military action. Theory 10. Biblical prophecy fulfillment. Core claim. The Iran war represents the fulfillment of end-times prophecy described in Ezekiel, Daniel, and Revelation, and may have been deliberately or unconsciously driven by actors who believe this. Evidence 4. 40% of Americans believe in biblical prophecy. Policymakers with documented eschatological beliefs have shaped Middle East policy. The events do superficially match various prophetic frameworks. Evidence against. Prophecies are extremely flexible in interpretation. Doesn't explain specific mechanisms. The military-industrial complex. Who profits from war? Alright, I want to take a completely different angle on the Iran war theories and talk about something that gets less attention than the Epstein theories or the biblical prophecy stuff, but that I personally think is more foundational to understanding why these conflicts happen. And that's the financial ecosystem around American military action. Who actually makes money from war? How much money are we talking about? And how does that money flow through to political decisions? I want to be clear up front. Talking about the defense industry profiting from war is not the same as saying the defense industry caused this war or conspired to start it. What I'm saying is that when you understand the financial incentives at play, you understand why certain actors within the American political system have a consistent bias toward military solutions over diplomatic ones. Not because they're evil, not because they're running a conspiracy, but because their financial interests are aligned with military action. The numbers. Defense spending after the Iran strikes. Let me give you some concrete numbers to anchor this. The U.S. defense budget in fiscal year 2026 is approximately $886 billion. That number has grown roughly 4 or 5% per year for the last decade. For comparison, the entire U.S. federal government spent about $1 trillion on all discretionary programs outside of defense. Defense spending is, by a very significant margin, the largest discretionary budget item in the federal government. When a significant military operation is launched, like the Iran strikes, it triggers additional emergency supplemental spending requests to Congress. The 2003 Iraq invasion was initially estimated to cost around $60 billion. The total cost of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars combined, according to a Brown University study by the Costs of War Project, has been estimated at over $8 trillion when you account for ongoing care of veterans, debt interest, and related costs. The immediate war lasted a few years. The financial obligations extend for decades. Now, where does that money actually go? To defense contractors. The major U.S. defense contractors, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, collectively earn hundreds of billions of dollars per year in government contracts. Lockheed Martin alone had revenues of about $67 billion in 2025, the overwhelming majority from U.S. government defense contracts. When I say that the Iran strikes were a financial boon for these companies, I mean that specifically and concretely. The F-35 fighter jets used in the strikes cost roughly $80 million each. The Jibu-57 massive ordnance penetrators, the so-called bunker busters designed to destroy hardened underground facilities, cost roughly $3-4 million per unit. The Tomahawk cruise missiles used cost roughly $2 million each. The munitions expended in the first wave of strikes represented billions of dollars in ordnance, all of which must be replaced, which means new contracts to manufacture replacements. And beyond the immediate kinetic operations, the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems, the satellites, the drones, the cyber capabilities that enabled the precision of these strikes represent enormous ongoing procurement contracts. The companies that build these systems are made more valuable every time it's demonstrated that their technology works. The revolving door. The relationship between the defense industry and the government is characterized by what's called the revolving door. The practice of senior military officers and government officials taking senior positions in defense companies after they leave government, and of defense industry executives. Moving into government positions. This is not secret. It is thoroughly documented. The Project on Government Oversight has tracked the revolving door between the Pentagon and defense contractors for decades. Their analyses consistently show that the most senior retired military officers, generals, and admirals with 4 stars, routinely take positions as consultants, board members, or executives at the companies whose products they oversaw in government. This creates an obvious incentive structure. The procurement decisions you make as a government official affect which companies will want to hire you when you leave. None of this requires explicit corruption or conspiracy. The incentive structure is baked into the system. A retired general who spent his career overseeing F-35 procurement naturally has expertise that Lockheed Martin values. The same retired general naturally has relationships at the Pentagon that are valuable to Lockheed Martin. The same retired general is naturally going to be more favorably disposed toward Lockheed Martin because his career was built around systems that Lockheed Martin produced. The incentives all point in the same direction without anyone having to make a corrupt decision. Now multiply this across every major military operation, every major procurement decision, every significant policy choice that affects defense spending. The accumulated weight of these incentive structures creates a powerful institutional bias toward maintaining and expanding military operations. Not because the people involved are corrupt, but because the entire system is built around military spending in a way that creates constituencies for it at every level. Eisenhower understood this. In his famous farewell address in January 1961, he warned specifically about the military-industrial complex. Quote, and I'm going to keep this under my 15 words limit, he warned that this conjunction of an immense military establishment and large arms industry was new in American experience. He explicitly cautioned that the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. That was 1961. The military-industrial complex is vastly larger now than it was then. The incentive structures are more deeply embedded. The revolving door spins faster. And the political consequences of this system, including the persistent bias toward military solutions in American foreign policy, are more visible than ever. Defense industry political contributions. Let me be concrete about the political dimension. The defense industry is one of the most politically engaged industries in America. Through direct contributions to candidates, PAC spending, and lobbying, defense contractors spend hundreds of millions of dollars per election cycle influencing political outcomes. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and General Dynamics collectively spent roughly $100 million on lobbying and political contributions in the 2024 election cycle. This money flows across both parties. Defense is genuinely bipartisan in terms of financial support, but it flows with particular concentration toward members of the House and Senate Armed Services Committees, the appropriations committees that control defense spending, and toward candidates in states where major defense manufacturing facilities are located. This creates a powerful political constituency for defense spending in congressional districts across the country. The Lockheed Martin F-35 program is deliberately manufactured across dozens of congressional districts. Suppliers are spread across the country specifically to ensure that every congressional representative has a financial stake in the program's continuation. This is not accidental. It's a deliberate political strategy to make the program politically unassailable. When you understand this, you understand why the United States has maintained extraordinarily high defense spending for decades regardless of which party controls the government. Both parties have constituencies of defense workers, contractors, and campaign contributors who benefit from military spending. The difference between Republican and Democratic defense budgets is at the margin. The massive defense spending baseline persists across administrations. The Iran war and specific contractor windfalls. Now let me get specific about the Iran war context. The strikes used a combination of stealth aircraft, precision-guided munitions, and electronic warfare capabilities that are predominantly produced by a handful of contractors. Initial analysis suggests that the immediate operational costs of the first wave of strikes ran to several $billion in munitions alone. But the bigger financial story is what comes after. A sustained campaign against Iran, or the subsequent occupation or stabilization mission, depending on what the political outcome looks like, would require enormous sustained procurement. Replacement munitions. New intelligence systems. Expanded drone fleets. Potentially ground forces requiring vehicles, supplies, logistics. The Gulf War in 1991 lasted 6 weeks and cost roughly $61 billion. The current operation, depending on how it develops, could be significantly more expensive and significantly longer. And there's another financial dimension that doesn't get talked about enough: the reconstruction contracts. When the kinetic phase of the operation eventually ends and whatever comes next begins, there will be reconstruction contracts for Iranian infrastructure, energy systems, and government institutions. These contracts, worth potentially hundreds of billions of dollars, will go to American companies. The same pattern occurred in Iraq and Afghanistan. The companies that build the bombs get some of the contracts to rebuild what the bombs destroyed. Is this conspiracy? In the sense of a secret coordinated plan? Probably not, but it's a system that consistently produces the same outcomes: military action, followed by reconstruction contracts, followed by new security challenges that require more military action, and that consistently benefits the same set of corporate actors. Whether it's deliberate design or emergent incentive structure is almost beside the point. The outcomes are the same. The media coverage problem. What's being said and what isn't. Okay, I want to talk about media coverage of the Iran war because I think it's directly relevant to how these conspiracy theories are spreading and why they're gaining traction. And I want to do this without being reflexively anti-mainstream media, because I think the reality is more complicated than either the media is fully controlled propaganda position or the media is trustworthy and conspiracy theorists are just paranoid position. The framing wars. Here's something I want you to notice. The mainstream media coverage of the Iran strikes has centered almost exclusively on a few specific frames. Frame 1. The nuclear justification. Iran was about to get the bomb. The strikes neutralized that threat. Military success. Frame 2. The domestic political controversy. Democrats' object, some Republicans' object, is Trump's authority to act legitimate. Frame 3. Regional reactions. How are Gulf states, Israel, Hezbollah remnants, and others responding? What is almost entirely absent from mainstream media coverage? The petrodollar angle. You will not find major network news programs, major newspapers, or mainstream online outlets seriously exploring whether the strikes are connected to Iran's exit from the dollar system. This is not because the petrodollar is a fringe theory. It's documented economic history and has been written about by serious mainstream economists and policy analysts. It's absent because it implicates a financial system that the media's corporate owners benefit from. Think about who owns the major media companies. Comcast owns NBC and MSNBC. Disney owns ABC. Paramount owns CBS. These are massive corporations with diverse financial interests that extend into the financial system, that have relationships with major banks, that operate in the dollar-denominated global economy. Their institutional interests are broadly aligned with the maintenance of dollar hegemony. This doesn't mean their journalists are consciously suppressing petrodollar analysis, but it does mean there are institutional pressures that make certain lines of inquiry less likely to receive sustained editorial attention. The Epstein angle does get coverage. The Epstein Files story broke in mainstream media, and the NPR report was legitimate journalism. But the specific connection between the Epstein timeline and the Iran strikes, the 4-day correlation, is covered almost exclusively in opinion pieces and commentator segments that can be characterized as partisan, even when they're raising legitimate questions. The straight news coverage rarely engages with it seriously. The access problem. There's a structural issue with war coverage that affects every major military operation. The reporters who have the best access to military operations, embedded journalists, reporters who have cultivated relationships with defense officials, those who cover the Pentagon beat, have those relationships because they have been trusted by their sources. Sources trust reporters who are not going to write things that make sources look bad, that question the legitimacy of operations, or that raise uncomfortable financial or strategic questions. This is not corruption. It's just the logic of how access journalism works. If you want exclusive access to military officials during an active operation, you maintain relationships with those officials, and those relationships are maintained by a degree of mutual trust that is partly founded on not publishing things that are deeply inconvenient to the officials. The result is that the most factually detailed, access-dependent reporting about the mechanics of the Iran strikes tends to implicitly accept the strategic framing provided by the officials who granted the access. The reporters who are most skeptical of that framing tend to have less access and therefore less specific information. Journalists with the most information are the least skeptical. Journalists with the most skepticism have the least information. This creates a structural tilt in coverage that doesn't require any conspiracy to explain. Independent media and the verification gap. On the other side, the explosion of independent media, podcasts, Substack newsletters, independent YouTube channels, Twitter journalists, has created a vast alternative media ecosystem that is willing to cover the angles that mainstream media avoids. The petrodollar angle gets extensive coverage on certain financial Substacks and YouTube channels. The Epstein timeline is exhaustively documented on X. The Greater Israel theory is discussed seriously in foreign policy analysis podcasts. The problem with this ecosystem is verification. The best independent media is genuinely excellent, carefully sourced, intellectually honest, willing to follow arguments wherever they lead. But the independent media ecosystem also includes enormous amounts of content that is not carefully sourced, that treats correlation as causation, and that isn't subject to the editorial processes that, for all their limitations, do catch some errors before they reach readers. And here's the irony. The very failures of mainstream media, the Iraq WMD coverage being the paradigmatic example, have rightly destroyed trust in mainstream institutional verification. So when mainstream media says this conspiracy theory is false, many people quite reasonably ask, how do I know I can trust you? The track record isn't great, but the alternative, accepting unverified claims from anonymous accounts, has its own serious epistemological problems. The honest answer is that we're in a genuinely difficult information environment where no source can be fully trusted, and where the work of evaluating claims has to be done individually, rather than delegated to any institution. That's hard. It requires more effort than most people have time for, and it creates the conditions where conspiracy theories that feel emotionally right substitute for careful empirical analysis that takes time and effort. The human dimension. What happened to real people in Iran? I've been talking a lot about theories, incentive structures, financial data, historical patterns. I want to step back from all of that and talk about the human dimension of this conflict, because I think it's important to not lose sight of the people behind the geopolitical abstractions. Iran has a population of approximately 87 million people. The average age of an Iranian is about 30 years old. The majority of Iranians alive today were born after the 1979 revolution. They have never known anything other than the Islamic Republic. Many of them, particularly the urban-educated population, have been deeply frustrated with the government for years. The Green Revolution of 2009 and the subsequent protest movements of 2019 and 2022 demonstrated that a significant portion of Iranian society is deeply unhappy with the current political system. The strikes on February 28th killed both military targets, Irgi commanders, nuclear scientists, government officials, and civilians. The numbers are still being compiled and verified, but early reports from international humanitarian organizations suggest hundreds of civilian casualties from the initial strikes, with more from subsequent operations. The bombing of a school that Marjorie Taylor Greene referred to in her criticism of the strikes killed dozens of children. This is important to hold in mind when evaluating the theories. If the petrodollar theory is correct, if the war was launched in part to protect dollar hegemony, then real children died to protect a currency arrangement. If the Epstein distraction theory is correct, if the war was launched partly to change the news cycle, then real people died to protect a politician's reputation. If the Greater Israel theory is correct, if the war was planned for decades as part of a strategic reshaping project, then real people died for a geopolitical vision they had no part in planning and no say in executing. None of this means the strikes were necessarily unjustified. The Iranian nuclear program was a real threat, and reasonable people can disagree about the proportionality of the response. The supreme leader presided over a government that killed, tortured, and imprisoned its own people for decades. The calculation of whose lives and whose interests count how much in a decision like this is genuinely difficult. But the theories we've discussed are fundamentally about power, who has it, how they use it, and whose interests are served. The people who died in Tehran and Isfahan and the other strike locations were almost entirely people without power. They did not choose Iran's nuclear program. They did not choose the financial system that their government was trying to escape. They did not choose the geopolitical role that their country had been assigned. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time in a story being written by people far above them in the power structure. That's worth sitting with. Whatever the theories explain about why this happened, the people who paid the cost were ordinary Iranians trying to live their lives in the middle of a geopolitical chess match that they didn't choose and couldn't influence. And that, more than any specific theory about Epstein or petrodollars or Stargates, is the thing that I think should generate the most moral discomfort about what happened. The Iranian diaspora. There's another dimension to this that gets very little attention in American media: the Iranian diaspora's reaction. There are roughly 4 to 5 million people of Iranian origin living outside Iran, with significant communities in the United States, especially Los Angeles, which has such a large Iranian-American community that it's sometimes called Tarangelis, Canada, Europe, and the Gulf states. The Iranian diaspora is deeply divided about the strikes. A significant portion, particularly older Iranians who lived under the Shah and left after the revolution, and younger people who left specifically to escape the Islamic Republic, are ambivalent at best and some actively supportive of action that they hope leads to the end of the Islamic Republic they have despised for decades. Another significant portion of the diaspora, regardless of their views on the Islamic Republic, are horrified by the civilian casualties and by the prospect of further destruction of the country and culture they still love. They want the Islamic Republic gone, but not through bombs dropped by a foreign power that has historically interfered in Iran and whose own interests are not aligned with Iranian welfare. This internal diaspora conflict mirrors something real about the moral complexity of the situation. The simplest anti-war argument is that the strikes are unjustified, kill civilians, and serve foreign interests rather than Iranian ones. The simplest pro-strike argument is that the Islamic Republic has been oppressing Iranians for decades, and someone had to do something. Neither of these captures the full moral reality, which is that you can be simultaneously glad that the Islamic Republic is gone and horrified by how it went. Bonus deep dive, remote viewing, consciousness, and the fringes of intelligence. Okay, I want to spend some more time on the psychic warfare theory because I think I undersold how genuinely interesting the history of government parapsychology research is. And I also want to be honest about where the genuine uncertainty is, because I think it's bigger than most mainstream commentators acknowledge. The Stanford Research Institute experiments. Let me walk you through the actual scientific history here in some detail. In the early 1970s, physicists Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ at the Stanford Research Institute began conducting controlled experiments on what they called remote viewing. Their methodology was sophisticated for the era. A subject, the remote viewer, would be placed in a shielded room with no access to any information about the target. An experimenter at a distant location would be randomly assigned to visit a specific location: a pool, a playground, a highway overpass, a church. The remote viewer would then attempt to describe the location. The results, which were published in the journal Nature in 1974, were genuinely surprising. The remote viewers consistently provided descriptions that matched the target locations with accuracy that exceeded what chance alone would predict. Ingo Swann, one of the most studied remote viewers, provided descriptions of distant locations that, when evaluated blind by judges, matched the actual locations at rates that the researchers calculated as millions to one against chance. Now, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and the history of parapsychology is littered with studies that initially appeared compelling but failed to replicate. The Nature paper has been criticized on methodological grounds. The blinding procedures were imperfect. The judges may not have been fully blind. There were opportunities for subtle experimenter effects. These are legitimate criticisms, but here's the thing. The CIA then took over. Project Stargate ran for more than 20 years with significantly more resources and more rigorous methodology than the initial SRI studies. The program employed a rotating cast of remote viewers who were tested operationally, asked to describe actual intelligence targets rather than experimental ones. And some of those operational results, according to the program's own documentation, were striking. One of the most discussed cases involved a remote viewer named Joe McMoneagle being asked to describe a location that CIA analysts had identified as an anomalous site in a classified satellite image. McMoneagle's description included details, a large structure, cranes, an unusual shape that matched what analysts later concluded was a Soviet nuclear submarine facility being constructed at the time. This is the kind of result that makes the program directors take notice, even if any individual result could be explained by chance or interpretation. What the program actually produced. In 1995, the American Institutes for Research conducted the definitive review of Project Stargate for the CIA and Congress. The review's conclusion was nuanced and is usually misrepresented in both directions. The review found that some remote viewing results were statistically above chance in laboratory conditions. The effect sizes were small but statistically significant. Specifically, a meta-analysis of remote viewing experiments found effect sizes that were meaningful enough that the probability of them occurring by chance was very small. In controlled laboratory conditions, something was happening that produced results slightly better than chance. However, the review also concluded that the operational utility of remote viewing for intelligence purposes was not demonstrated. The targets that remote viewers most accurately described were specific concrete physical locations. The information they provided was often accurate but not specific enough to be actionable. They might accurately describe the general character of a location without providing the specific details that intelligence analysts would need to take action. The program was discontinued not because the lab results were zero, but because the operational results weren't good enough to justify continued investment. This is actually a fairly reasonable institutional conclusion. But it leaves open the question of whether the phenomenon is real, even if its operational utility was limited. What Uri Geller actually claimed, and what it might mean. Let me be more specific about what Geller actually claimed in the Jerusalem Post interview, because I think the specific claims are important. Geller said that he and a group of psychics engaged in what he called focused intention exercises directed at specific Iranian nuclear scientists and commanders in the period leading up to the strikes. He described this as creating mental interference, disrupting concentration, causing errors, creating anxiety and disorientation in targets. He also claimed that the group worked to bend the trajectory of events, which is an evocative if very unclear phrase. He did not claim to have fired missiles with his mind. He did not claim to have physically damaged equipment. The claims were about influencing human consciousness and decision-making, a much softer and more ambiguous category of claim than the cartoon version of psychic warfare suggests. Now here's the interesting thing. If we accept that human consciousness can be influenced by external factors, which seems fairly uncontroversial, the question of whether extremely focused human intention directed at specific targets can have effects beyond what chance would predict is actually an empirically open question. It's not definitively settled in either direction. The parapsychology literature contains studies suggesting effects. The mainstream scientific consensus is skeptical. The replication crisis in psychology has made everyone more cautious about all behavioral research. I'm not saying Uri Geller bent any nuclear centrifuges with his mind. I'm saying that the category of claim he's actually making, that focused human intention can influence other human decision-making at a distance, is weirder and more interesting than it's usually given credit for, and that the honest answer is that we don't fully understand it. The remote viewing of targets, modern applications. Here's a genuinely interesting contemporary wrinkle on the remote viewing story. In the years since Project Stargate was discontinued, some of the program's participants and researchers have continued to work in private settings. Ingo Swann continued to write and teach about remote viewing until his death in 2013. Various programs training people in remote viewing techniques have been offered commercially. More interestingly, some intelligence community veterans have publicly suggested that interest in remote viewing and related phenomena never fully ended, it just went further underground. The public discontinuation of Stargate in 1995 does not preclude the continuation of similar research in classified settings. Several former Stargate participants have suggested this in interviews and memoirs. Is this plausible? It's consistent with how intelligence agencies operate. Operations that are expensive and highly visible get discontinued when scrutinized. Operations that are cheap and potentially valuable get moved deeper into the classified world rather than terminated. If remote viewing produces even a small but consistent effect, the cost of maintaining a small classified research program is negligible relative to the potential benefit if the effect is real and can be amplified. I genuinely don't know whether this is happening. Nobody outside the classified world does. But the logic that would support continuing such a program, low cost, potentially high impact, if it works at all, is the same logic that I described in the original segment, and that logic is at least as valid today as it was in the 1970s. A detailed timeline, everything that happened and when. I want to lay out a really detailed timeline of everything that happened in the lead up to and during the Iran strikes, because I think having the specific sequence of events in mind helps you evaluate all the theories we've discussed. Timelines can reveal patterns. They can also reveal where conspiracy theorists are forcing connections that might be coincidental. Either way, the timeline is the foundation. January 2026, escalating tensions. January 3rd, 2026, the 6th anniversary of the killing of Qasem Soleimani. Iran marks it with large official commemorations and renewed pledges to avenge his death. Multiple Iranian officials make explicit statements about the enrichment program's progress. January 8th, 2026, the IAEA releases its quarterly report on Iran's nuclear program. The report documents that Iran has enriched uranium to 60% purity and possesses enough material that, if further enriched to weapons grade, could be sufficient for multiple weapons. The report triggers emergency consultations among the P5+1 nations, the US, UK, France, Russia, China, and Germany. January 15th, 2026, a series of Houthi missile attacks on Saudi commercial shipping in the Red Sea escalates. The U.S. conducts retaliatory airstrikes on Houthi positions in Yemen. Iranian state media claims the Houthis' actions are coordinated with Tehran as a deterrent against further Israeli-U.S. aggression. January 2022-2026, reports emerge of unusual activity at Iranian nuclear facilities. Satellite imagery analysis by commercial firms and think tanks suggests possible movement of enriched material from the Natanz facility. This triggers significant intelligence activity in Washington and Jerusalem. January 27, 2026, President Trump, in a private meeting at the White House, reportedly receives a classified briefing on Iran's nuclear timeline that significantly shortens the previous estimate of how long before Iran could produce weapons-grade material. The contents of this briefing are subsequently leaked to selected journalists. February 2026, the critical month. February 3, 2026, Secretary of State Marco Rubio delivers a speech at the American Enterprise Institute warning that the U.S. has reached a point of decision on Iran. The speech is widely read as a signal that military action is being seriously considered. February 10, 2026, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu travels to Washington for meetings with Trump and senior National Security Council staff. The meetings are described publicly as routine consultations. Subsequent reporting suggests they included detailed discussion of operational planning for strikes on Iran. February 11, 2026, Iran's Revolution Day. The 47th anniversary of the 1979 revolution. Mass rallies in Tehran, Isfahan, Mashhad, and other cities. And, according to Iran International and subsequent social media footage, the unprecedented burning of large Baal-like effigies at some of these rallies. The imagery begins circulating internationally on social media. February 14, 2026, Valentine's Day, but more relevantly, a classified U.S.-Israel operational planning meeting at a secure facility, the existence of which is subsequently reported by Israeli journalist Barak Ravid. U.S. and Israeli military planners finalize strike packages for a coordinated operation. February 19, 2026, Congress is briefed on Iran's nuclear status in a classified all-member session. Several members leave the session visibly shaken, according to subsequent reporting. A few members of the Gang of Eight, the senior congressional leaders who receive the most sensitive classified briefings, are given additional detail. February 24, 2026, NPR publishes its bombshell report. The Department of Justice has withheld a portion of the Epstein files specifically related to allegations against Donald Trump. The story immediately goes viral. The 38,000 figure for Trump mentions in the released files begins circulating on X within hours. X is consumed with Epstein coverage. February 25, 2026, Epstein coverage dominates news cycle. Trump's legal team issues aggressive denials. Several Democratic members of Congress call for the full release of withheld documents. Social media continues to amplify the story. Cable news runs Epstein segments throughout the day. February 26, 2026. Additional Epstein document content circulates on social media, including the alleged psychological profile of Trump discussing his propensity to start a war if cornered. The content cannot be independently verified, but spreads rapidly. Ex-users and journalists begin noting the 4-day timeline from the NPR story to the impending military action that some sources are hinting at. February 27, 2026, late that evening, Trump meets with senior military and national security officials at the White House. The meeting is not on the public schedule. Reporters note the unusual nighttime activity. 2 carrier battle groups are observed repositioning in the Persian Gulf and Eastern Mediterranean by satellite imagery services. February 28, 2026, in the early morning hours, the first U.S. and Israeli aircraft begin their attack runs. B-2 stealth bombers flying from Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean deliver bunker-buster munitions to Iran's underground nuclear facilities. Israeli F-35s strike IRGC command and control facilities. U.S. Navy Tomahawk cruise missiles from submarines and surface ships strike air defense installations and communication infrastructure. The Supreme Leader's compound in Tehran is hit in a precise daytime strike. By evening, Iranian state media goes silent, and foreign sources begin reporting Khamenei's death. Trump posts his 8-minute Truth Social video declaring victory. March 1, 2026, Iranian state media officially confirms the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. 40 days of national mourning are declared. In markets around the world, the dollar surges, oil spikes, and treasury bonds rally. March 2, 2026, The first full trading day after the strikes. Dollar index up 1%. Brent crude up 13%. Defense contractor stock surge. Lockheed Martin up 8%. Raytheon up 11%. Northrop Grumman up 7%. The significance of the specific sequence. Now let me tell you what this timeline does and doesn't tell us about the conspiracy theories. What it tells us, the strikes were planned and operationally ready before the Epstein story broke. The February 14th planning meeting and the February 19th congressional briefing both predate the February 24th NPR story. This means the strikes were not hastily decided in response to the Epstein news. The operational machinery was already in motion. What this does not tell us, whether the decision to execute as opposed to just plan, was influenced by the Epstein news cycle. It's entirely possible that the operational planning had been complete for weeks or months, and that the specific decision to execute in the last week of February was influenced by the Epstein news. The existence of a plan does not tell us what pulled the trigger. What the timeline strongly suggests, the Iran operation was a months-long or years-long planning process, not a spontaneous act. This is consistent with every major military operation in history. But it also means that when people talk about the decision to bomb Iran, they're really talking about dozens of discrete decisions made over a long period. When to start planning, what the red lines are, what intelligence thresholds trigger execution, who has authority to proceed. The question of whether the Epstein news influenced any of those decision points is not answered by saying the plan was already in place. What we should demand. Questions that need answers. Okay, I want to wrap up with something that I think is genuinely important and practically useful. Instead of just cataloging what we don't know and speculating about the theories, I want to lay out what we should be demanding to know. What are the questions that any functioning democratic accountability process should be demanding answers to? I'm asking these as questions, not as accusations. I don't know the answers, but I think the questions are legitimate and important. Questions about the Epstein connection. What specific documents were withheld by the DOJ? Not a summary, the actual documents. The public has a right to know whether its president has been compromised by one of the most notorious sex traffickers in modern history. This information is relevant to national security, diplomatic relationships, and the integrity of the office. Who made the decision to withhold those documents? Was it a career official following standard procedures? Was it a political appointee? Was there any communication between the White House and the DOJ about the timing or content of the release? What is the specific timeline of the decision to execute the Iran strikes? When exactly did the final authorization for execution get signed? What were the specific factors that led to the choice of February 28th as the execution date? This information should be available to congressional oversight committees, even in classified form. Questions about the financial architecture. To what extent were the financial consequences of the strikes, the dollar surge, the oil spike, the flight to treasuries, anticipated and modeled by government economists before the decision was made? Did the Treasury or the Federal Reserve provide analysis to the National Security Council on the financial implications of the strikes? What communications existed between the U.S. government and Saudi Arabia about the petrodollar arrangements during the months leading up to the strikes? Was there any coordination about OPEC Plus production or dollar-denominated pricing? What is the specific breakdown of defense contracts that will be triggered by the Iran operation? Who are the primary contractors? What are the estimated total costs of the operation? These numbers belong in the public domain, not just in classified budget documents. Questions about the intelligence. How specifically was the Supreme Leader located? What intelligence, human or technical, enabled the precision of the strike on his compound? This question matters not just for understanding this operation, but for understanding whether intelligence techniques that have not been publicly disclosed are being deployed against targets in ways that the public and Congress should know about. What is the current state of Iran's nuclear program? How much material was destroyed? How much survived? What is the new estimate of how long it would take Iran to rebuild the capability that was destroyed? The public justification for the strikes was the nuclear threat. The public deserves regular, unclassified assessments of whether that justification was achieved. What is the intelligence assessment of likely successor governments in Iran? What are the scenarios for the next 6-12 months, and what are the U.S. government's plans for each scenario? This planning, in general outline, belongs in the public domain so that citizens can evaluate whether their government has a coherent strategy. Questions about process. Did the president consult Congress before ordering the strikes? The War Powers Resolution requires the president to notify Congress within 48 hours of committing forces to hostilities and limits unauthorized military engagements to 60 days. Did the administration believe it had the legal authority to act? What is the legal authority being claimed? Were there any dissenting voices in the national security process? Were there officials who argued against the strikes or argued for a different approach? Dissenting opinions in government decision-making are healthy and important. Their suppression is a warning sign. What are the post-strike plans? What does the United States expect the political situation in Iran to look like in 6 months, in 1 year, in 5 years? Is there a plan for engaging with whatever government emerges? What is the exit strategy if the situation deteriorates? These are not conspiracy theory questions. These are the questions that any functioning congressional oversight process, any engaged free press, and any active citizenry should be demanding answers to. The fact that we're instead debating whether Uri Geller bent missiles with his mind is partly a product of the information environment we discussed. It's more entertaining, but it's also partly a product of the actual questions being inadequately pursued. You can't force the government to answer, but you can demand that your elected representatives do their jobs and seek these answers. You can support the journalists and institutions that pursue them. And you can maintain enough informed skepticism about all narratives, official and conspiratorial, to notice when important questions are going unanswered. That's the challenge. It's also, I think, the most important thing you can take away from this very long, very weird, very entertaining today's episode. Stay curious, demand answers, trust slowly, and keep the fire burning. Part 4, Going Deeper, the Systems, the Silence, and what comes next. Alright, so we've been going through all of these conspiracy theories, some of them wild, some of them backed by pretty well documented evidence, and I want to spend some time now really digging into the structural stuff, because I think what happens a lot in conspiracy theory content, including my own honestly, is we talk about the individual trees, but we miss the forest, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Epstein was a Mossad asset or whatever, and yeah, the petrodollar is a real thing, and yeah, the CIA ran a psychic warfare program. All of that is interesting. But what's the bigger picture? What are the systems that allow all of this to happen? And more importantly, what does it mean for regular people watching this video right now? And most people have no idea. They're watching Netflix and arguing about whatever the outrage of the day is on social media. And that's by design, by the way. I'll get to that. Conspiracy Theory 11, the attention economy as a weapon of social control. Okay, so this one doesn't have a catchy name like Iranian Stargate or whatever, but hear me out because I think it's actually one of the most important ones. The attention economy is a term that was popularized by economist Herbert Simon back in 1971, and the idea is simple. In a world where information is abundant, the scarce resource isn't information anymore, it's attention. Human attention becomes the commodity. And the people who can capture and direct human attention have enormous power. Now fast forward to 2026. We have social media algorithms that are specifically engineered, and I mean that literally. There are teams of PhD engineers working on this to maximize what they call engagement. And what drives engagement? Outrage, fear, tribal conflict, us versus them. There's a former Google engineer named Tristan Harris who has been very vocal about this. He was an internal design ethicist at Google, which is a job that apparently exists, and he left to form an organization called the Center for Humane Technology. And his whole argument is that these platforms are not neutral tools. They are, in his words, the largest race to the bottom of the brainstem in human history. They're competing to see who can most effectively hijack your primitive instincts. And here's where the conspiracy angle comes in. Because when you're bombarded with content that is specifically designed to make you angry, scared, and tribally activated, what are you not doing? You're not paying attention to the Epstein documents. You're not thinking carefully about petrodollar mechanics. You're not researching who benefits from the Iran strikes, the algorithm that never sleeps. I want to give you some numbers here because I think the scale of this is genuinely hard to comprehend. Facebook, as of 2025, has approximately 3.07 billion monthly active users. YouTube has 2.7 billion. TikTok has about 1.7 billion. Instagram has 2 billion. X, formerly Twitter, has around 600 million. Combined, you're looking at something like 10 billion monthly active users across these platforms, and yes, some of that overlaps, people have multiple accounts, but still, the scale is staggering. And all of these platforms are running recommendation algorithms that are optimized for engagement. What does optimized for engagement mean in practice? It means if you watch one video about, I don't know, some celebrity drama, the algorithm feeds you more celebrity drama. If you watch one video that's politically charged, the algorithm escalates the political content until you're watching increasingly extreme versions of whatever your starting point was. This has been documented extensively. In 2019, a former YouTube engineer named Guillaume Chasselot, who actually worked on the recommendation algorithm, went public and said that YouTube's algorithm systematically amplifies extremist and conspiratorial content because it drives higher engagement. He said the algorithm doesn't care if the content is true or false, healthy or harmful. It only cares about watch time. The Wall Street Journal did a massive investigation in 2021 where they set up hundreds of dummy accounts with different political orientations and tracked what the Facebook algorithm fed them. And what they found was that the algorithm consistently pushed users toward more extreme content. Conservative users got pushed toward increasingly far-right content. Progressive users got pushed toward increasingly far-left content. And the algorithm did this not because anyone told it to. It did it because extreme content gets more shares, more comments, more reactions. Social media as a distraction tool. Now here's the part that I think has genuine conspiracy implications. Because if you were a deep state actor, and look, I'm using deep state loosely here. I just mean people with power who operate outside of democratic accountability. If you were such a person, wouldn't the attention economy be an incredibly useful tool? Think about it. You don't need to actively spread propaganda in the way the old Soviet Union did, with state television and controlled newspapers. You don't have to run Operation Mockingbird anymore, paying journalists to write stories that serve your agenda. You don't have to do any of that because the algorithm will do it for you. Here's how it works. You want to distract people from the Epstein documents? You don't need to suppress the story. You just need to make sure that something more engaging, more emotionally activating, is competing for attention at the same time. A celebrity divorce. A political scandal. A manufactured racial incident. Something that makes people angry and tribal and distracted. Is this active manipulation, or is it just the emergent property of an attention economy? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's both. Maybe the people who benefit from distraction have learned to exploit existing dynamics rather than create new ones. But here's what I know for sure. In the 4 days between Emperor reporting that the DOJ had withheld Epstein documents implicating Trump and Trump ordering the Iran strikes, the news cycle was dominated by the Iran strikes. The Epstein story got buried. Whether that was planned or whether it just happened to be convenient for the people in power, the effect was the same. The public's attention was successfully redirected. And that's the thing about the attention economy as a weapon. You don't have to be running a conspiracy for it to function like one. Historical context, bread and circuses. This isn't a new idea, by the way. The Roman satirist Juvenal wrote about it in the 1st century ad. He used the phrase panem et circenses, bread and circuses, to describe how Roman emperors maintained power by keeping the populace fed and entertained. Give people enough food and enough spectacle, and they won't pay attention to what you're actually doing. The Colosseum wasn't just entertainment, it was a political tool. Gladiatorial games served multiple functions. They projected imperial power, They provided a release valve for social tension, and they occupied the attention of millions of Romans who might otherwise have been asking uncomfortable questions about taxation, corruption, and military conquest. Jump forward to 2026, and the mechanics are identical. The Super Bowl. Reality television, celebrity gossip, the outrage cycle on social media. It's all bread and circuses. The format has changed, but the function is the same. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that enjoying entertainment makes you complicit in anything. I watch sports, I watch movies. That's fine. The problem is when entertainment completely displaces civic engagement. When people know more about what happened on a reality TV show than they know about what their government is actually doing with their tax dollars and military. Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, the guy who basically invented modern public relations, wrote a book in 1928 called Propaganda, where he argued explicitly that the manipulation of public opinion was necessary and legitimate in a democracy. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. He called the people who do this an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is the open philosophy of the founders of the modern public relations industry. Conspiracy Theory 13. The Financial Architecture of War. Okay, so this one connects to a lot of what we've already talked about. The military-industrial complex, the neocon network, the intelligence community. And the concept is simple, but the implications are profound. The revolving door refers to the movement of people between government positions and the private sector companies they're supposed to be regulating or doing business with. In the defense and intelligence context, it looks like this. A general spends 30 years in the military, then retires and goes to work for a defense contractor. A CIA director leaves government and goes to work for a private equity firm that invests in defense and intelligence companies. A Congressional Defense Committee staffer leaves Capitol Hill and goes to work as a lobbyist for Lockheed Martin. This is completely legal. It happens constantly, and it creates what political scientists call regulatory capture, where the regulatory agency or oversight body becomes dominated by the people it's supposed to be regulating. The numbers don't lie. The Project on Government Oversight, a nonprofit watchdog group, did a study in 2019 covering the years 2008 to 2018. And they found that 380 high-ranking Department of Defense officials, generals, and admirals had gone to work for defense contractors within 2 years of leaving government. 380 people. In 10 years. And those are just the ones they tracked. The actual number is certainly higher. Now think about what this does to decision-making. If you're a Pentagon procurement official deciding which defense contractor gets a $10 billion contract, and you know that if you make the right decisions, you have a very lucrative private sector career waiting for you. What does that do to your incentives? And even if you're completely ethical, and most of these people probably think they are, the structural incentive is to favor the companies you might work for. Lloyd Austin, who was Biden's Secretary of Defense, came from the board of Raytheon. He went from the military to Raytheon to running the entire Department of Defense. And during his tenure, the US government gave Raytheon billions in defense contracts. Now, I'm not saying he did anything corrupt. I'm saying the system creates these conflicts of interest by design, and we just accept them as normal. The same pattern applies on the intelligence side. George Tenet, CIA director under Clinton and Bush, went on to join the board of defense contractor Kinetic and became a managing director at Allen & Company. Mike Pompeo, Trump's CIA director and then Secretary of State, went from Congress, where he received significant campaign contributions from Koch Industries, to the CIA, where he reportedly helped Koch Industries with intelligence on their competitors, and then back to a career in private business after leaving government. The permanent government. What this revolving door creates over decades is what some analysts call the permanent government, or the deep state. And look, I know deep state has become a loaded term because it got adopted by the MAGA movement and turned into this catch-all bogeyman. But the original concept is real, and it's not particularly conspiratorial. It's just descriptive. The permanent government is the network of career bureaucrats, intelligence officials, military officers, contractors, lobbyists, and think tank analysts who remain in power regardless of which party wins elections. They outlast administrations. They have institutional memory, relationships, and access that elected officials simply don't have. And they have a vested interest in maintaining the policies and expenditures that sustain their careers. When Trump came into office in 2017, he constantly complained that the bureaucracy was working against him. When Obama came into office in 2009, he discovered that his desire to close Guantanamo and end the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan was blocked at every turn by the permanent government. Jimmy Carter famously struggled with the CIA throughout his presidency. This isn't about any one president. It's about the structural reality that elected officials, who come and go every 4 to 8 years, are attempting to direct an enormous, deeply entrenched bureaucratic apparatus that has its own interests, culture, and momentum. Think tanks as policy laundering operations. One of the key mechanisms of the permanent government is the think tank. Organizations like the Heritage Foundation, the Brookings Institution, the Center for American Progress, the American Enterprise Institute, the Council on Foreign Relations, these are nominally nonprofit research organizations. But in practice, they serve several functions that maintain the permanent government's influence. First, they provide a revolving doorway station for officials who are between government jobs. Someone leaves the State Department, spends 2 years at the Council on Foreign Relations writing papers and giving speeches, and then goes back into government with the next administration. The think tank keeps them connected, credible, and employed. Second, they provide intellectual cover for policies that serve their funders' interests. Think tanks receive funding from defense contractors, energy companies, financial institutions, and foreign governments. And mysteriously, their policy recommendations tend to align with the interests of their funders. Third, and this is the sneaky one, they launder policy ideas through the veneer of independent academic research. Instead of having a defense contractor lobby directly for a new weapon system, you have a think tank that receives funding from defense contractors publish a policy paper arguing for the weapon system. The paper gets cited in congressional testimony. It gets quoted by journalists, and the policy gets adopted, with no fingerprints connecting it to the contractor who funded the original research. The NAC, Project for a New American Century, that I mentioned earlier, is a perfect example. It was a think tank founded in 1997 by neoconservatives, including Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, and others. It published papers arguing for American military dominance, regime change in Iraq, and a more aggressive foreign policy. And then those same people, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, joined the Bush administration and implemented those exact policies after 9/11. Was that a conspiracy? Technically, no. It was all public. They wrote their goals down in white papers. But it was absolutely a coordinated effort by a network of connected individuals to shape policy in ways that served their ideological agenda and the financial interests of the defense contractors who were adjacent to that network. Conspiracy Theory 13, the financial architecture of war. All right, we've talked about the petrodollar at length earlier in this video, but I want to zoom out even further and talk about the entire financial architecture that makes war economically beneficial for some people, and how. That architecture shapes the decisions that get made in Washington. Because here's the thing that I think gets lost in the conversation about war and foreign policy. We always talk about ideological motivations, freedom, democracy, stopping terrorism, protecting allies. And sometimes those motivations are real. Sometimes they're sincere. But there's also a financial layer that rarely gets discussed in mainstream media, and I think it's impossible to understand American foreign policy without understanding it. War bonds and the treasury market. Let me start with something that most people don't think about: how wars get financed. The United States has been running a trade deficit for decades, meaning we import more than we export. We've also been running a budget deficit for most of the last 40 years, meaning the government spends more than it collects in taxes. These deficits are financed by selling U.S. Treasury bonds. Now, in normal times, the biggest buyers of U.S. Treasury bonds are foreign governments, particularly China, Japan, and Middle Eastern oil exporters, and domestic financial institutions. The entire global financial system runs on the assumption that U.S. Treasury bonds are the safest, most reliable investment in the world. This is what gives the U.S. its exorbitant privilege, as French Finance Minister Valéry Giscard d'Estaing famously called it in the 1960s. But here's the catch. When the U.S. goes to war, it has to issue a lot more debt. The Afghanistan and Iraq wars, by some estimates, have cost the U.S. somewhere between $3 and $7 trillion when you factor in long-term veteran care, interest on borrowed money, and so on. Harvard economist Linda Bilmes and Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz published a book called The $3 Trillion War in 2008, when the war was barely halfway done, estimating the true cost. That's $3 to $7 trillion that had to be borrowed, which means $3 to $7 trillion worth of Treasury bonds that had to be sold. And every dollar of Treasury bonds sold is a dollar that earns interest for the bondholders. Now, who holds the most U.S. Treasury bonds? As of early 2026, the top foreign holders are Japan, around $1 trillion, China, around $800 billion, the United Kingdom, around $750 billion, and various Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds. But the largest holder by far is actually domestic. The Federal Reserve holds over $4 trillion in Treasury securities. The defense contractor stock play. Beyond the bond market, there's the more obvious financial beneficiary of war, defense contractors. Let me give you some specific numbers from the Iran strikes in February 2026, because I think when you see the dollars attached to these decisions, it changes your perspective. Raytheon, now part of RTX Corporation, makes the Tomahawk cruise missiles and various other weapon systems. In the week following the Iran strikes, RTX stock jumped roughly 12%. The company's market cap increased by approximately $15 billion in a single week. Raytheon's CEO holds stock options and compensation packages tied to the company's stock performance. Lockheed Martin, which makes the F-35 fighter jets and various missile systems, saw its stock rise 8%. Northrop Grumman, maker of the B-21 stealth bomber that was reportedly used in the strikes, jumped 15%. General Dynamics, L3 Harris Technologies, Booz Allen Hamilton, all of these defense companies saw significant stock price increases in the immediate aftermath of the strikes. Now here's where it gets interesting. Members of Congress sit on the Armed Services Committee and the Intelligence Committees. They receive classified briefings about military operations, sometimes before those operations are publicly announced. And they are legally permitted to trade stocks. Insider trading laws prohibit trading on material, non-public information. But the Stock Act of 2012, which was supposed to close this loophole for politicians, has been widely criticized as toothless. Congress has repeatedly voted to weaken its enforcement mechanisms, and members of Congress continue to trade in defense stocks. I'm not going to name specific members in this video because I don't have documentation of specific trades timed to the Iran briefings. But if you want to research this yourself, look up the congressional trading disclosures that are publicly available on opensecrets.org and the Senate's electronic disclosure system. The pattern of trading around military actions is instructive. Conspiracy Theory 14, The Historical Playbook, How Wars Get Started. I want to spend some time on this one because I think historical context is one of the most powerful tools for evaluating current events, and most people are operating without it. Here's the question: how do you start a war? Not in the sense of what are the official justifications. I mean, what are the actual mechanisms by which governments manufacture the public consent for military action? Because here's the uncomfortable truth. Throughout history, most major wars have involved some degree of deception or manipulation in how they were initiated. And I'm not talking about tinfoil hat stuff here. These are documented historical facts. The Iran strikes of 2026, does it fit the pattern? So now we come back to February 2026. And the question I'm asking is, does the Iran war fit the historical pattern of manufactured or at least manipulated consent for military action? I don't know the answer to that. I genuinely don't. But let me lay out what we know. We know that the official justification was that Iran had reached 90% uranium enrichment and was days away from a nuclear weapon. This was the stated red line. We know that the IAEA, the international watchdog, had reported Iran at approximately 60% enrichment as recently as 6 months prior, and that the jump to 90% was reported primarily based on US and Israeli intelligence, not independent IAEA verification. We know that Iran had been at various stages of nuclear development for 2 decades, and that the US and Israel had repeatedly claimed an Iranian bomb was imminent and had been wrong every time. We know that Ayatollah Khamenei was reported killed on February 28, 2026, but that confirmation of his death came through unverified intelligence channels and was disputed by Iranian state media for weeks afterward. We know that the timing, 4 days after the NPR Epstein story, was at minimum convenient for the administration. I'm not telling you the war was manufactured. I'm telling you that the historical pattern of manufactured consent for war is real, it's documented, and it warrants serious scrutiny of every official justification we're given. Because here's the thing, every single time, one of these wars has turned out to be based on manipulated intelligence or false pretexts. The people who raised those questions at the time were called conspiracy theorists. The Tonkin Gulf skeptics were conspiracy theorists. The people who questioned the Iraq WMD case before the invasion were conspiracy theorists. And they were right. Desinformatia, a Soviet export that became American reality. The Soviet Union had a formal intelligence program called desinformatia, disinformation, that was designed to confuse, divide, and demoralize Western societies. The KGB's Service A was specifically dedicated to active measures, which included planting false stories in foreign media, creating forged documents, and seeding conspiracy theories. One of the most successful Soviet disinformation campaigns was Operation Infection, which ran in the 1980s. The KGB planted a story in an Indian newspaper claiming that AIDS was a biological weapon developed by the United States at Fort Detrick, Maryland. The story was picked up by other newspapers, spread around the world, and even today a significant percentage of people in some countries believe AIDS was created by the US military. The Soviets also planted stories about the JFK assassination that implicated the CIA, spread rumors about US government mind control programs, and manufactured documents suggesting American politicians were on the KGB payroll. Some of these stories were completely fabricated. Others were based on partial truths that were distorted and amplified. Now, here's the irony. The United States was running its own versions of these programs simultaneously. The CIA's Operation Mockingbird, which we touched on earlier, involved paying journalists and media organizations to publish stories that served U.S. intelligence interests. The Church Committee investigations in 1975 documented these programs extensively. So both superpowers were running disinformation operations against each other and against their own populations. And both sides got very good at it. The modern disinformation ecosystem. Fast forward to 2026, and the disinformation ecosystem has become infinitely more complex and more effective. First, you have state actors. Russia's Internet Research Agency, which was indicted by Robert Mueller, ran sophisticated social media influence operations during the 2016 US election, creating thousands of fake accounts across Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, designed to inflame racial tensions, amplify political divisions, and suppress voter turnout in targeted demographics. China runs similar operations. Iran does too, and so does the United States. Second, you have commercial disinformation. This is the stuff that doesn't get talked about enough. Companies hire PR firms and reputation management services to spread favorable information and bury unfavorable information. Pharmaceutical companies have been documented paying for fake grassroots patient advocacy groups that are actually industry front organizations. Energy companies fund fake climate skeptic think tanks. This is all legal, it's all documented, and it shapes public opinion profoundly. Third, you have the ecosystem of independent content creators, people like me, honestly, who are operating in a space with minimal fact-checking infrastructure and very strong incentives to produce engaging, emotionally activating content. I try to be accurate. I try to caveat when I'm speculating. But I'm also aware that my most viral videos are the ones with the most dramatic titles and the most emotionally resonant content. And fourth, you have artificial intelligence. AI-generated content, deepfakes, synthetic text, AI-generated images and videos is now good enough to be indistinguishable from genuine content by the average person. In the months following the Iran strikes, several videos circulated showing what appeared to be the dead Khamenei, or showing Iranian civilians describing events that hadn't happened, or showing American pilots celebrating strikes they hadn't actually conducted. Some of these were real, some were synthetic. Most people couldn't tell the difference. The succession crisis in Iran. If Khamenei is genuinely dead, and as of recording this, confirmation is still murky, then Iran faces a profound succession crisis. The supreme leader position has only ever been held by two people: Khomeini, who held it from the revolution in 1979 until his death in 1989, and Khamenei, who held it from 1989 until 2026. The Assembly of Experts is supposed to select the next supreme leader, but the process has never actually been tested in a contested environment. The two most likely candidates are Ebrahim Raisi, if he survived, which is unclear, and Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader's son, who is reportedly being groomed but would be seen as a dynastic succession that violates the Islamic Republic's Republican principles. A contested succession could fracture the Iranian regime in ways that are unpredictable. You could see a reformist faction trying to use the power vacuum to push for moderation. You could see the Revolutionary Guards trying to consolidate power. You could see regional fragmentation, with different provinces backing different factions. For the United States and Israel, a fragmented, unstable Iran is arguably more dangerous than a unified one. A stable dictatorship is rational and predictable. A civil war Iran with multiple factions competing for control of the nuclear program and proxy militias across the region is much harder to manage. The regional escalation scenario. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas Alo, or what remains of it, the Houthis in Yemen, Shia militias in Iraq. All of these are Iranian-backed proxy forces. With Iran's central command disrupted, what happens to these forces? There are two scenarios. In the first scenario, which is what the US and Israel are presumably hoping for, the proxies are cut off from funding and direction and gradually diminish. Without Iranian support, Hezbollah can't sustain its military infrastructure. The Houthis can't maintain their missile program. In the second scenario, which I think is actually more likely, the proxies become more autonomous and more radical. Cut off from central direction, local commanders make their own decisions. Hezbollah, with its estimated 100,000 rockets and missiles, could decide that this is the moment for an existential confrontation with Israel. The Houthis, with nothing to lose, could escalate their attacks on Red Sea shipping. And here's the really concerning second-order effect. Both Russia and China have significant interests in the instability that follows the Iran strikes. Russia benefits from higher oil prices. China benefits from anything that distracts American military attention from the Pacific. Neither has an incentive to help stabilize the situation. The economic aftershocks. The Iran Strait of Hormuz is the most important oil choke point in the world. Approximately 20% of the world's oil supply passes through it. Iran has repeatedly threatened to close the strait in the event of military conflict. In the weeks following the February 2026 strikes, the strait remained open, but tanker traffic dropped significantly as insurance costs for ships transiting the strait skyrocketed. Lloyd's of London and other major marine insurers raised rates for Gulf transits by factors of 5 to 10. Many shipping companies rerouted around the Cape of Good Hope, adding 2 to 3 weeks to transit times. The effect on global oil prices was immediate. Brent crude spiked to over $130 a barrel in the first week after the strikes. Gasoline prices in the United States hit record highs. Airlines began fuel surcharges. Supply chains that had barely recovered from the COVID disruptions began straining again. The Federal Reserve faces an impossible choice in this environment. If it raises interest rates to fight oil-driven inflation, it risks pushing the economy into recession. If it holds rates steady or cuts them, it risks entrenching inflation. The countries most vulnerable to these economic aftershocks are not the United States or Israel. They're the developing world. Countries in South Asia, Africa, and Latin America that depend on Middle Eastern oil and have limited ability to absorb price shocks. Food prices, which are heavily linked to energy prices through fertilizer and transportation costs, are already rising. The humanitarian cost of the Iran strikes, to civilians in Iran, to the global poor who will bear the brunt of commodity price inflation, is enormous. And it's invisible in the Western media coverage that focuses on military hardware and geopolitical chess moves. The China-Taiwan parallel. I said earlier that one of the theories about the Iran war is that it's a distraction from, or a dry run for, a potential conflict over Taiwan. Let me be more specific about why I think this parallel is worth taking seriously. China has been conducting increasingly aggressive military exercises around Taiwan since at least 2022. The People's Liberation Army Air Force regularly sends aircraft into Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone. Chinese naval vessels conduct exercises that simulate blockades of the island. The United States has been modernizing its military presence in the Pacific in response, strengthening alliances with Japan, Australia, and the Philippines, increasing arms sales to Taiwan, and repositioning naval assets. Taiwan is significantly more economically important than Iran. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC, produces approximately 92% of the world's most advanced semiconductors. These chips are in everything: smartphones, computers, cars, military systems, medical equipment. A disruption of Taiwan's semiconductor production would make the oil price spike from the Iran strikes look minor by comparison. The war game scenario that keeps Pentagon analysts up at night: China watches the U.S. military get bogged down managing the aftermath of the Iran strikes, dealing with proxy attacks, managing the Strait of Hormuz, dealing with Israeli security demands, managing the succession crisis in Tehran, and concludes that this is the moment of maximum American distraction and minimum credibility. I'm not predicting that happens. But the structural setup exists, and the people who made the decision to strike Iran presumably had to wargame this scenario. Whether they concluded the risk was acceptable is something I genuinely don't know. Thanks for watching. If you want to go deeper on any of this, you know where to find me. Subscribe to the channel for more such amazing videos. See you next time.